my name is Nocturnus Horrendus. I'm the mentor of Corpus Christii, Morte Incandescente, and several other bands, and we are in the Tampa Morgue.
What's up? This is Tony, and you're listening to the Tampa Morgue Season 4, Episode 150. And as always, from his studio deep in the bowels of Tampa Bay, Florida, Mr. Ed Webb. What is up, Webb?
Mr. Anderson, what the fuck is going on, brother?
Back in the States you are, man. You've had an eventful couple of days, which we will discuss here in a minute. And summer is officially winding down here over in Lithuania, and we opened up the show with Become the Wolf from Portugal's Corpus Christi from the band's 2017 Delusion record. And we'll be joined by Alex, a.k.a. Nocturnus Horrendus, here in about 25 minutes. Nocturnus Horrendus is also involved in Storm Legion, Morte Incandescente, Coldness, Son of Cain, A Tree of Signs, Genocide, Commando, and more. And we'll discuss that with him when he gets on the show tonight. But first, Ed, how was Brutal Assault?
Well, the first part of that word is exactly what it was. It was brutal. Every inch of it was brutal. The show itself was killer. Crowd, I mean, I sent you the pictures. It was insane. Probably the biggest crowd I've ever played in front of. I mean, loud. The festival itself, for us, because we played a second stage. This was the main stage of Brutal Assault. The stage we played in Wacken was like the first year they did it, and it was kind of like the Hellfest one where it's indoors. And again, I didn't know what to expect, but there was over 10,000 people that day. But when you look at Wacken and you look at the crowd in Wacken, you can tell, it's endless people. And that's what this was, because I even zoomed in on it for my wife, and I'm like, do you see the people all on the top? She's like, I didn't even notice all those people. I'm like, yeah, because it looks like it's a mountain. But yeah, it was definitely surreal. And of course, things don't go without a hitch, but show itself was great. The Tomas is the guy who runs it. He brought us out there. He took care of us. And yeah, we appreciate it. It was great. Now, of course, you can talk. That was the good parts.
Yeah. So, let's continue one more moment with the good parts. You did get to catch Sacred Reich, which I know was something you wanted to do.
Yes, I watched from start to finish, man. I've mentioned it before that Phil Rind is one of the reasons I started playing bass and singing. I know a lot of people would be like, Gene Simmons. I'm like, yeah, no, it was Phil Rind, just because of how he sang and played, and the bass lines he played. I'm like, how is he playing that and singing like that? And there's a couple others, even the guy from Demolition Hammer later on down the line. I was like, oh, this guy crushes. He's playing bass and singing. And I watched, they played right before us. So I watched a little bit of their set before I had to walk over. But yeah, and I told you, you know me, because when we were on the cruise, I kind of fanboyed out to the dudes in Carcass, but they were already hanging out talking to us. And I just kind of asked for a picture. And, I even said I didn't want to be a fanboy, but they were cool as shit. But I could not do it for Phil. I do not know why.
It would have been easy. I'm sure.
I know. It's just, as somebody who's in a band, I don't know, man. He was talking to somebody the first time, and then he started walking away, and I didn't want to chase him down because I felt like that's kind of just not the move. But then we saw him again later, and he was actually talking to us, but it was nighttime and it was kind of dark where we were walking, and I'm just like, do I bother this guy and ask him? And I just didn't. But I really wanted to, and I also wanted to try to get him on the show. That was the other move I was trying, but yeah, I didn't fanboy out. But yeah, definitely Sacred Reich. And
Left to Die, you said, was
Left to Die. They were being real assholes about letting anybody on the stage. And of course, my man Terry Butler got us right up there. He was like, nah, fuck that. They're with us. And I watched them from start to finish and was blown away, not only by how killer they were. I mean, they were literally killer. But the crowd response, singing the songs. And of course, we know it's Chuck. I mean, there was one point, if there's a video and somebody saw it, it'll make the hair stand, on your arm, where they said Chuck, like, give it up for Chuck, 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 and the fucking whole crowd. It was so loud, screaming his name. I was just like, that's fucking crazy, man. The dude will live forever. You know what I mean? I mean, I get people hate it or whatever, but seeing that was like, wow, these guys are carrying on his legacy. But they were a killer. Cannot dispute it. Some people, I kept hearing, yeah, but they're playing Death. Cool, go play Death. if it's so easy, go play Death. You know, I mean, you make it sound like it's real easy, but to get 4 guys to play the same thing and make it sound perfect, you know what I mean? It's
Matt
not
kills
easy.
it and Gus kills it, as we know. We've played shows.
Gus was a machine, dude. And Terry, you know, Terry just, he's like, I'm going to be doing bass slides all night. So prepare yourself, Gus. That's what he said. He looked at me and winked. And sure enough, I'm like, I look at Sam Molina, our guitar player. I go, watch, here comes a slide. And sure enough, I mean, Terry's just a fucking, Terry's great, man. I have all respect for all those guys. And they killed it.
And the second show was also crushing, you said.
Yes. The after party, I did not know what to think. I thought it was going to be, and I mean, no disrespect, but like, just like a joke, just hanging out, you know what I mean? You know, we playing some songs and whatever. It was probably the best crowd we've had in Europe, and we just toured there. And they made every night that we played there look stupid. I mean, they were so into it. The 3 dudes in front of me singing the words had me nervous because I was forgetting the words because we hadn't practiced those songs. I had not. I told you, dude, that I literally was having brain farts up until the actual part kicked in to sing, and then the lyrics popped in my head. But I thought I was going to have to fake words, man. I mean, I was literally, because I did not practice those songs because the Millennium stuff is so difficult. And without us practicing consistently, you know, it's just difficult to really, singing by yourself sucks, dude, you know, and especially when you're driving in the car and people think that you're fucking going, like, having a stroke. But yeah, so that was all the good stuff. It was killer.
And then there was the travel.
Man. Matt missed his flight from Atlanta to Amsterdam with us. Not to Amsterdam, to Paris. And that's where the wheels fell off. We got in at 10:30 in the morning, I think. 2-hour drive to the hotel, which we did not know about that one. He didn't show up until 8:00 that night after 3 different flight debacles, and they lost his guitar. So now we have no guitar, and he has no luggage. He had 3 shirts, 1 pair of underwear, and I mean, it was a disaster, dude. I mean, we had to walk over. I was telling you the store that you guys have there called Little, right? That's what they call it. They actually had socks and underwear, which is crazy because they're like in Aldi's. If you're familiar with Aldi's in America, or anywhere, actually, Aldi's are all over. They actually had, I knew I saw clothes in there. So we walked over to the store because me and Sam had gone there earlier. And I said, dude, I know I saw clothes. And sure enough, he bought a couple pairs of socks, some underwear, and at least so he had something, because he had nothing, dude. He had no clothes. He had to get a couple monstrosity shirts to wear. I mean, I saw
that. Yes, I saw him wearing the Doom T-shirt, Imperial Doom.
Yeah, and it's
on the stage
because he had nothing else to wear. Like, it's terrible, man. Yep. So, and it was just, you know, he had to borrow a guitar. I was in talks with Terry to see if we could borrow one of the guys from Left to Die, because they're tuned to D. And luckily, the Brutal Assault had a guitar he could use, so we were saved, because he used that guitar the second night too, because they had rented it. But yeah, other than that, it was a fucking disaster. Like, everything in between the shows.
Missed the plane, on the way
back. The hotel, at Brutal Assault, they each gave us our own room. Beautiful room, dude. Like, I was by myself. I mean, air conditioning, no TV though. No TV, no refrigerator. I don't know that. It's very odd, but definitely had our own, comfortable, very comfortable. Go to the next hotel, no fucking AC. I mean, it was like being in an oven. The sun was right on our window, and I'm just like, did you guys prepare? Is this punishment? And it was, and I didn't bring my fan like I usually do. I had a little neck fan, but it was brutal. Yeah, and the next day after the show, Mark Van Ert missed his flight. I'm not going to go into reasons why, but he missed his flight. And then Matt got to JFK, and he went with us to Amsterdam, and then his fuck ups began again with the fucking airlines. And I'll tell you, man, Delta and whatever, British Airways, you guys fucking suck. You're absolutely disrespectful to people. They're supposed to give you meal vouchers when they fucking leave you in the airport for 5, 6, 7 hours. They refused. When Matt got to JFK in New York, his flight had him leaving the airport to take an Uber or bus transit. You gonna get on fucking bus transit in New York if you've never been there? Fuck no, you're not. You know, Mark does it. Mark's like, so you go to little Jamaica and then you go to small Haiti and then you get on this bus over here and fucking, I'm like, that's not doing none of that shit, dude. He doesn't know New York. So he took an Uber, $70. He gets to LaGuardia and his flight's canceled. So he has to stay there. He had to buy his own hotel. Well, it literally says, beautiful Google, if you're coming from Europe and any part of your flight is disrupted due to cancellation, no matter what from Europe, you're entitled to compensation, a room, and meal vouchers. And they refused him on all of them. He had to spend $300. And then he didn't leave until 10:30 yesterday, and he didn't get home until it was almost 10 o'clock last night. That dude spent 40 hours in flight. I mean,
he probably had the roughest trip of everybody.
He 100%.
Yeah,
and he still doesn't have his guitar. And I found out last night that when Mark got to the airport, they lost his bass too. So he just got it this morning, though. They delivered it to his house. So he got his. Matt still doesn't have his fucking $2,000 Jackson. So, yeah, airlines fucking suck. You know that. I don't have to tell you. You got compensated. You got compensated when they
we got
rescheduled your flight.
My whole flight got reimbursed, actually, for me, my kids, and my wife. So it worked out, but it was a long day of torture in the airport and stuff.
If you've ever been in the airport, dude, I mean, depending on where you are, like Prague, everything was cheap in Prague. I was kind of blown away how cheap everything was, like, because of their currency. It was mind blowing. But yeah, when you're in the airport, like in Amsterdam, we paid for this shitty meal that was like $20, and it was terrible, like terrible. So yeah, the airlines are terrible, man. I just, that's the worst part for me. If I quit right now playing, it would be because of, I don't want to travel, just because it's too much, dude.
Yeah, well, at least the shows from Monstrosity was good. It's the flying these days and traveling these days sucks.
Well, it's just, when you're supposed to be competent, it would be okay if they took care of you the way they're supposed to, but they don't. And they think it's okay to do that. But if it were on their, end and they were getting treated like that, they would want to be compensated. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's always the way it is. But yep. Show's done. Yep, show's done. I ain't doing shit for a while. Don't bother me. I'm done for a while. I got podcast and Crooked Casket to do.
That's right. Yes, I'm looking forward to that. And, Ed, we have a long episode tonight. And again, we have Nocturnus Horrendus coming on tonight. When I began writing for zines, which was the early 2000s, I wrote for, anybody who listens to the show knows, a magazine called The Rivet Rag out of Tampa, Florida, that a guy named Jack Radinsky was putting out, who I still am in touch with. The early 2000s, for me was like an interesting time because there was some really great releases coming out, for the music I was into. Like Watan was putting out Rabbit Death's Curse, Mutilation was putting out Black Millennium, Grimly Reborn album. Florida had Black Witchery was putting out the Desecration of the Holy Kingdom album. The Hexen started putting out records, and then Corpus Christi, the band, we're going to be talking a lot about tonight. They put out their debut in 2000, and they put Fire God out in 2001. And I covered them early. I was a big fan of that band and still am, and have followed them pretty much their whole run. And I've, gotten to know Nocturnus through the years. Again, interviewed him several times back in the day, which we'll talk about again tonight. So I'm definitely looking forward to having him on the show tonight. So what we're going to do now is what we've been doing on the show the last couple months. We've been asking guests, who their favorite Florida band is, what their favorite album to come out of Florida was. We usually ask them this. We take their answer and put it to the side. We don't put it on the same episode they're appearing on. We save it for a different time. And today we're going to use Blake, a.k.a. Bulldozer of Interceptor, Mantis Abaddon's Venom. He was actually on the show last week, episode 149. He's actually on his way to Norway right now. Speaking of traveling, he's also, Ed, I talked to him today. He also had some flight problems yesterday also, so.
Go figure.
Yeah. So he was just telling me about this. But we asked him this question, and this is what Blake, a.k.a. Bulldozer, had to say. We'll be back on the Tampa Morgue after this. And Blake, in your opinion, what is your favorite band to come out of Florida and your favorite record to come out of Florida?
Probably Blackfoot and the Tomcat record. I mean, that honestly, I always say that Blackfoot was about the closest Southern rock came to heavy metal back in the day, but that was one of my first real bits of exposure to heavy metal. Now that I think about it, I was listening to that record back when I was in about 6th or 7th grade, and listen to songs like Street Fighter and Warp, just hearing that groove. So that's where I've always had that bit of Southern rock interest that I've always liked, and it's especially came back recently. But that record right there, man, I mean, it's just total fucking. It's like, yeah, I fucking love it. It makes me feel like I'm down in Florida anytime I listen to it. Just total, right outside of Jacksonville, northern Florida swamps, that's what it feels like.
Is that your favorite band to come out of Florida also?
Yeah, between Blackfoot and Molly Hatchet, I would say those are probably like my 2 favorite bands to come out of Florida, honestly.
And there you go. That was Blake, a.k.a. Bulldozer of Interceptor and Mantis Abaddon's Venom. Again, you want to hear the full interview, you can listen to episode 149. And Ed, before we get Nocturnus Horrendus on here, I do want to mention next week we have Mem coming on from Exhumer. They have a new album coming out called Death Mask Messiah on August 28th through Metal Blade Records. So we'll talk to him. And the week after that, we have Ritual Butcher of Arkgoat out of Finland. And eventually we're going to have Simo of Finland's Flame stop on here to talk about the new record that's coming out. He was on here a few months ago also. So that is upcoming guests. And what we're going to do now, Ed, is we'll do the promo for the Tampa Death Fest. And then we'll play some Morte Incandescente. We'll play Distúrbio Absoluto from the 2016 album they put out on War Art Productions. And then we'll do releases, shows, and then we'll get to Nocturnus Horrendus. Ed, you got anything else, or should we get moving?
Keep this train rolling, brother. 150.
Episode 150, and we'll be back after this on the Tampa Morgue.
What's up, guys? This is Ed from the Morgue, and if you're like Tony and I and dedicated to working out, and you're from Tampa or will be visiting Tampa, I'm going to let you in on the best-kept secret gym in the area, Tampa Family Fitness on the corner of Bears and Florida Avenue. And unlike the big box gyms where you're just a name and a number, the owners, Sarah and Eddie Amaral, have created a community where you're not just another face lost in the crowd. They also have, hands down, the best trainers in Tampa, with Coach J, Jared Perea, who I've personally witnessed take his clients to award-winning bodybuilders. Not to mention this dude is an absolute beast himself. So if you want to get in the best shape of your life, this is definitely the place to do it, and these are the people to do it with. So if you want a no-frills gym experience that I can only describe as old-school Arnold Schwarzenegger on Venice Beach with no fancy machines, just get in, get your ass kicked, get a crushing workout, then you want to go to Tampa Family Fitness at 14968 North Florida Avenue. And if you're a band that's traveling to Tampa and playing the Orpheum or the Brass Mug, this is literally less than a 5-minute drive from either location. There's a QR code on the door. Just scan it, pay $10, and you're good to go for the whole day. Or if you're in Tampa and you want to see what all the hype's about, stop in and get a day pass. And make sure you tell them Ed sent you from the Tampa Morgue.
Hey, Tampa Morgue listeners. This is Nasty Ronnie from Nasty Savage. And I gotta tell you, the Tampa Death Fest is coming Friday and Saturday, September 4th and 5th at the Brass Mug in Tampa. You don't want to miss. All these bands are going to be there. It's going to be off the chain. Pioneers ourselves are going to be there. Nasty Savage creating the mayhem at the Brass Mug. And you can get tickets online at ticketbud.com. And it's all put on by Tampa Metal Scene. These guys are kicking ass for you. Come out and support this and see the next generation of death metal bands that are taking on the world. Tampa Death Fest. Don't miss it. Be there.
And we are back on the morgue, and that was Morte Incandescente, and we're going to be joined in about 10 minutes by the one and only Nocturnus Horrendus. Nocturnus is a musician who's been a huge part of the Portuguese black metal scene for over 29 years, and is a guy who speaks his mind and really doesn't hold back. I first interviewed him in 2003, and then again in 2006, and we've kept in touch through the years, so I'm definitely excited to have him on the show today. To me, Corpus Christi ranks up there with some of the top black metal bands in the last 30 years. Corpus Christi has released 9 full lengths to date, so definitely looking forward to have Nocturnus on, talk about his history and what's going on with Corpus Christi and his other projects. And if you'd like to contact us, you can email us at thetampamorgue@gmail.com or message us on the official Tampa Morgue Instagram page. The Instagram page is the best place to keep up with the latest on the show, upcoming guests, and basically anything Tampa Morgue related. And if you're looking to snag an official Tampa Morgue shirt, send us a message. They're $25 plus shipping, and we do ship worldwide. And as we always say on the Morgue, we are in no way influencers. We're just an underground audio show that documents the history of extreme music with the artists who create it. We do no video, only audio, and we appreciate everybody who hangs out with us weekly. And if you're new to the Morgue, thanks for checking us out. We started this show August 5th, 2023, and somehow we are still grinding out episodes. This is season 4, episode 150. That means you can go back and listen to 149 past episodes wherever you listen to your podcast for free. On past episodes, you'll find interviews with artists like Ed Miller of Negative Plane, Possessor and S. Bellis of Austria's Transylvania, Jan and Marco of Germany's Witching Hour, Seb, the bassist of French black metal band Hell Militia, Panzer Kampfwagen of Possession out of Belgium, Tom of Devastator out of the UK, Brian Cause of Melting Rot, Vincent Crowley of Acheron ex Nocturnus and the Vincent Crowley Band, Germany's Lead Injector, Chuck Billy of Testament, Dave and Jeff of Imprecation out of Texas, Dawn of the Dead from Nunslaughter and Satanic Threat, Snowy Shaw of Merciful Fate, King Diamond, and Notre Dame, Kyle Thomas of Ex-Hoarder, Trouble, Ex-Floodgate, and Alabama Thunder Pussy, Dallas Toller Wade from Narcotic Wasteland and Ex-Nile, Jamie Bailey from Brodequin and Liturgy, Matt Bishop from Human Artifacts, Horrific Demise, and Lividity, Tomas of Wolfheart out of Finland, Henry of God Dethroned, King Fally of Deceased on October 31, Beelzebub of Mystic Circle. Mystic Circle is going to be touring with Malevolent Creation. We also had Jesse Jolly and Ronnie Pomeron from Malevolent Creation. We had Blaine Cook from The Accused and The Accused AD on the show. Gene from Perdition Temple, Malefic Throne, Ex-Angel Corpse, and Hexorcist. Hexorcist has a new record out. It's killer. Chris Reifert of Autopsy, Abscess, Eat My Fucking Violation Wound was on the show. Lee Payne of Club and Hoof. Ryan Waste of Municipal Waste, Bat, and Vulture. Pooch of Raped Ape. Harry Quokinen from Hooded Menace, Hail Conjurer, Horse Latitudes, and Hollow Woods. Dave Greger of Mortis Scold, Jim and Pat of Morbid Saint, Caudle Kennedy of The Rods, Paul Speckman of Master and Deathstrike, John Gallagher of Raven, Dave Austin of Nasty Savage, David Howard Thornton, who played Art the Clown in Terrifier 1, 2, and 3 and the upcoming Terrifier 4. Lord Ahriman from Dark Funeral was on the show, Bobby G of Overkill, John Walker of Cancer, Glenn Destructor of Australia's Destructor. We had Witch Trap out of Colombia on here, Phantom out of Mexico, Martin Missy of Protector, Jeff Manis from Venom and Venom Inc. He was on here for 5 hours, gave us a deep dive into the history of Venom. Rob from Lucifericon at Ex-Destroyer 666. Lucifericon has a new record coming out. Luciferian Rights out of Mexico. We had Ben Jackson on from Crimson Glory, Sissipian from Lithuania, Alan Howarth, who did the music for Halloween, Escape from New York, Poltergeist, They Live, Raiders of the Lost Ark, Gremlins, Star Trek, and much more. We had Slaughter and Carnivore of Germany's Cruel Force on the show, Andy LaRock and Pete Black, both formerly of King Diamond and now of Lex Legion, Olaf of Norway's Nedgravd, Blood Serpent from Vietnam, Marcus Norman from Bewitched and Naglfar. We had JD and Francisco of Eat the Decay out of Texas on here. We had Jimmy Frost and Travis Stone of Desolus out of DC on the show. Lord Oppressor from Lord Humongous. And we had Breon of Cutthroat out of Ireland. And the first interview we ever did on the Tampa Morgue, Pat from Hellwitch. And we had South Carolina's Interceptor on the show. We had Lee Harrison from Monstrosity, Ex-Malevolent Creation, Ex-Terrorizer, and Midnight on here. We had Perversifier on here from Miramac, Ex-Ancestral Fog, and Ex-Morte Incandescent. Hana from Osagram and Wolvenblod. Atax and Scum from Germany's black metal band Pest. We had Yuha on from Death Chain, Chamber of Unlight, and War Moon Lord. New Chamber of Unlight record is killer if you haven't checked it out yet. Yarno of Finland's Urn, Ex-Barathrum, and Graves. Kev Desecrator from Destroyer 666, Sepulchre, Benefiction, and Profanation. Tony Thomas of Witch Vomit and Torture Rack. W. Horror Preacher of Vomit Angel, Mask of Satan, and Witch's Hollow. We had Chris Volcano on here from Abominator, Cemetery Urn, Denouncement Pyre, and Ex-Destroyer 666. Nasty Ronnie of Nasty Savage. Anti, a.k.a. Necroterror of Cadaveric Incubator, Ex-Torso Fuck, Ex-Sluggathor, and Satanic Warmaster. Sadistic Fornicator and bassist The One of UK's Necromaniac was on the show. Revik of Mordant Red. Magnus of Norway's Aberration, ex-Condor, ex-Hecatomb, and ex-Mayans Hill. Simo of Finland's Flame and ex-Adorier. We had Daniel Avenger on from Nocturnal, Angel of Damnation, and Black Priest of Satan. Eric from Goat Seaman, Evil Dam, and ex-Sarum and ex-Black Angel was on here. Sergeant Salston from Deathhammer out of Norway. Infernal and Odin of Disaster. Nige Rocket from Onslaught was on the show. And we had Alessio from Violenter, ex-Hobbs Angel of Death, and the Mentors. We had Adam Scott of Cardiac Arrest on. Terry Butler from Obituary, Inhuman Condition, ex-Death, ex-Massacre, and Left to Die. Noella of Hexea out of Texas. Crusher of Finland's Morgul. Lord Sabathan from Slaughter Messiah, Heinous, ex-Enthroned, and ex-Morbid Death. Yano of Anal Vomit. We had Necromorbid out of Italy on the show. Norway's Heimland. Ritual Butcher of Finland's Artgoat, who will actually be on the show next week. And we had John Berry of Slaughter Messiah, Ancient Rites, and Nocturnal on the show. Udo from Accept. Tony Dolan from Venom, Venom Inc., and Atomcraft. We also had Scott Burns, the legendary producer. Lots of great Morrisound stories on that one. Louisma from Hemorrhage. And these are just some of the interviews you'll hear when you go back and listen to past episodes of the Tampa Morgue. And now I'm going to mention some upcoming releases, that we're going to do shows, and then we're going to get to our guest, Nocturnus Horrendus. And we're going to start the releases out with the German black metal band Blood Gargling. They're putting out an album called Mork. It's going to be an independent release. Blood Gargling formed in 2025. First release was the band's debut 2025 album that had 7 tracks on it. Mork will also have 7 tracks and come out on August 11th. And then we're going to head over to the UK death metal band Death Commander. They're putting out an album called The Great Offensive on FDA Records out of Germany. Death Commander formed in 2018. First release was their 2018 Summer Offensive 18 demo. This will be the band's 3rd full length. The Great Offensive has 8 tracks, and it'll also be available on August 14th. And next we're going to mention Rapid, the Finnish black speed metal band. They're putting out an album called Enter the Realm of Fire on Dying Victims Productions. Rapid formed in 2014. First release was their Rapid Metal Attack demo in 2015. And Rapid features members past and present of Morte Profana, Excuse, and Vincent Revenge. Enter the Realm of Fire has 11 tracks and will be out August 21st on Dying Victims Productions. And next we have the North Carolina thrash metal band Deceptor. They're putting out an album called Reign of Terror on Dying Victims Productions. Deceptor formed in 2022. First release was their Bound by Ritual 2-song demo. They also put out an EP in 2023. Reign of Terror has 10 tracks and it will be out on August 21st. And we're going to wrap up this week's releases with the Swedish death metal band Necrodon. They're putting out an album called Covenant of Carnage on War Anthem Records. Necrodon formed in 2022. The first release was the band's 2024 Sculpted by Torture full length. Band features members past and present of Dreadful Fate, Implode, Ironmaster, and Grave. Covenant of Carnage has 12 tracks and it is available August 21st on War Anthem Records. And next, I'm going to mention some upcoming Florida shows. And anybody in Florida, definitely recommend checking out hvymtlmom.com. Has a full calendar that's updated every week, all underground and national shows throughout Florida. So if you're looking for something to do, definitely recommend checking it out. I check it out before we record shows. And for shows, I'm going to start out with Friday, August 14th, the Murder Junkies at the Abra in Melbourne, Florida. Also, the Potion Portal in St. Pete, Florida on August 15th. Then Friday, August 14th, Meat Wound, Bleeth, Ejecadator, Headfoam, and Vertical Burial at Churchill's Pub in Miami. Then Friday, August 14th, Marcus the Carcass and the Bloody Nuns in Hellfrost. They're doing a show at the Brass Mug celebrating the life of Ken Hendricks. And also on Friday, August 14th, Malignancy, Anal Stab Wound, Mystery, X-Meat, and Virulence at the Conduit in Winter Park. That same bill is also playing at the Skate Park in Tampa on August 15th, and also at Churchill's Pub on Sunday the 16th. Saturday the 15th, Motley Crue and Tesla at Midtown Amphitheater. And then also on Saturday 15th in Doris, Dead Reef, and Send All the Drop Deads. They're playing at Sweet E Studios in St. Petersburg, Florida. And then Sunday the 16th, Ancestral Blood, Piss on Christ, Lord of Horns, and Forest of the Witch at Deviant Libation in Tampa. And that's what I have for shows this week. Again, if you're anybody in Florida, check out hvymtlmom.com. And while we're getting Nocturnus Horrendus set up, I am going to play another band that he's been involved with through the years. We're going to play Storm Legion, the track Spears of Eternity, The Great Cycle, that came out on the Desolation Angels record on January 3rd, 2010. That was released through World Terror Committee. And we'll be back on the Tampa Morgue with Nocturnus Horrendus after this.
Hello, Tampa Bay Morgue listeners. This is Joe from Circle Rehearsal Studio, Tampa Bay's rehearsal giant with 33 years of service. We know what you need to rock. Large, clean, quiet, cool, smoke-free, isolated rooms with the best gear at a musician-friendly price of $25 an hour. Professional, courteous, easygoing environment Recently upgraded and remodeled with top quality gear, Marshall, Ampeg, Pearl, Tampa, JBL, Yamaha, PPE, and more. We have the experience and the gear to provide you with the best possible rehearsal experience at the best price. Just completed and soon to open Circle's demo studio for your recording needs. From laying down drum tracks to complete projects, we have you covered at a musician-friendly price. Also in the work is the pro rehearsal room, freshly appointed and stocked with the best gear at nicely competitive rates. Our contact number is 727-546-8930. Our address is 10841 75th Street, Seminole, Florida, 33777. We have 7 large rehearsal rooms. Looking forward to seeing you soon. Thanks.
I'll choose to fall.
And that was Storm Legion and the track Spears of Eternity, the great cycle off the band's 2010 record, Desolation Angels, that came out January 2010 via World Terror Committee out of Germany. And tonight we are joined by Mr. Nocturnus Horrendus. How you doing, man?
I'm good, Tony. How are you? It's been a while.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, I mean, and
people don't know, but I'm seeing you, and it's good to see you, dude.
Yeah.
We've known each other for many, many years.
Yeah, man. And by seeing me now, you know why we don't use video on the show. But yes, dude. Yeah, we've known each other.
Why? Because you're ugly as fuck, or what?
I don't know. I don't know what it's.
Charming dude, man. You're a charming dude.
I've been in contact with you over 20 years, which we'll talk about. I believe the last interview we did was actually April of 2006. You were on the cover of the magazine, actually, with B-Style Holocaust, Dawn of the Dead of Nunslaughter, Glenn Benton, Darkened Nocturnal Slaughter Cult. And that was a long time ago, man. We've kept in touch, though. That's one thing is through the years, there's always a, hey, what's up? Or a happy birthday, or I hope you're doing well, man. And so first of all, I want to say thanks for the music. I've been listening to you for a long time.
No, I appreciate that. I've been doing this since 95, basically, and with Corpus Christi started in 98. And it has been a long travel, long road, and basically I never stopped. I have some times where I take a long time to compose and to do things, and the older I get, the slower I am doing it, because I don't see the purpose to do so many releases. Besides, life gets in the way, and but I'm very glad that we or me or whatever still appreciate my music, and I know it still goes around. And I mean, I would do music anyway, if only 5 people listen to it or no one. But of course, you cannot be a hypocrite. Every fucking musician liked knowing that some people appreciate his art. You cannot lie. That's the truth. The more the people liking your music, it uplifts you to do more, I believe. I haven't slowed down because there's less people listening to Corpus Christi or whatever. It hasn't been due to that, but it's just because I think the scene is not the same, so it shouldn't be the same way that we do things. That's how I see it.
No, totally, man. And we'll talk about a lot of stuff tonight. And just to be Karen a little bit, man, the last Corpus Christi show was May 16th in Spain.
I don't even know, dude. I don't remember.
You get ready for dates. I know you're not a big date guy, so
no, I don't. Sometimes I even forget the year I'm in. We're in 26, right? But I think we played in Portugal afterwards. I'm not sure. We don't play that much, but I don't keep up because I give it all to the gig, but then I just put it to the back and okay, it's done. But maybe the last one was in fact in Belgium. It was in Belgium. I think it was in Belgium with Sidith Gorgor, brothers of ours. Really, Sidith Gorgor. Yeah, I think it was in Belgium we played last. I don't recall.
And in Belgium, you're going to be back there again on November 14th with Sepulchre, also on that bill, and the band you just mentioned is also on the bill.
Yeah, they are again. It's going to be good to go back there and play with them. I'm looking forward to it. I mean, we don't play that much nowadays. So whenever the opportunity comes, I fully embrace it, of course, because truth is that I remember when I was living for a while in Germany, I was, for a year and a half or 2 years, I only played, I think, 1 gig. And in fact, it was in Spain, in Barcelona, and it totally killed me. Not playing live, it totally kills me. I think it's harder for me to not play live than to not do a new recording, because for people like us, the stage is a way of just putting the energy out and to get it all out and be sane again somehow. It's a catalyst to be able to survive society and life. So yeah, I'm always looking forward to play live, but I don't accept everything, and I try to be picky where I play and so on, because especially in Portugal in the last 10 years or so, a lot of people invite us to play, and I say no because I only want to do 2 or 3 gigs in Portugal a year because we're a small scene and there's no purpose to play more because we will be basically playing for the same people. I don't have a problem playing for the same people because it's the people that like us, but I think less is more.
My introduction to the band for Corpus Christi was the Fire God. I was trading tapes with the buddies back in the day, and you guys came across my radar. And then, I was writing for this magazine called The River Rag, and I contacted you, and that's and you were great right away. Had you done interviews in the States before that one?
I think I hadn't. No, I'm not sure, but I don't think so.
It's a long time
I don't
ago.
recall you, Tony. I was for, I don't know, 16 years in blackout with hard alcohol so level. So I don't remember everything, dude. Sometimes people have to remember me stuff because I just don't recall. I recall the people I've stayed in contact with, and but then again, it's cool sometimes to be with someone and, hey, you remember this happened, and I say, oh, I don't remember, but thank you for remembering me. I appreciate that. I don't believe that I did that, but if I did, okay, I understand now.
Well, and you mentioned the drinking thing. You've been sober for 10 years now, is it?
It's closer to 11, I believe. I'm not counting. I don't care for that. But yeah, I stopped drinking. I just, the real reason, it could be so many things, but I was always lucky with the police, and I was caught by the police with 1.77 alcohol on my motorbike, which is basically crime. And I was for 6 months not being able to ride, and it messed my head up and work and everything. So I said, nah, fuck this shit. This is destroying everything. I'm a all-in guy, or do everything all in or nothing. So I quit, and because besides black metal, family and my fatherland, motorbikes are everything to me. I'm completely fanatical about motorbikes. it really runs my life.
I remember actually one of the last interviews I did with you in 2006, and I brought this up to you on a personal conversation too, as you said to me that one of your dreams was to drive through the coast of the USA on a Harley.
Yeah.
So now I remember that.
Yeah, man. It would be amazing. Yeah, I like all kinds of motorbikes, from shoppers to enduro bikes. I have one, or whatever. Just no scooters, okay? And classical bikes. I just love motorbikes. I don't know. I find it really. I was talking to Vulturi from Morte Incandescente the other day that there's nothing more black metal for me than being on my enduro bike, being in the middle of the forest, just riding like a madman, and just being completely free, and at the same time being in danger, being at the risk of hurting myself in the middle of nature. And I don't know. For me, I think most people find it stupid, but I couldn't give a fuck really. But for me, it's so fucking black metal. I don't know how to explain it.
And I had one more question too about we were talking about, the changes you made. And I remember when you made those changes, how was it the first time you go on stage? Because, we've all partied and all that stuff in bands and stuff. So what was the difference from intoxicated Nocturnus than hopping up on the stage sober for the first time?
It was frightening. It was really frightening, because I couldn't recall back in the early days. The first time I stepped on stage was in '95 with a previous band I had, was called Reincarnation or something. And, back then we didn't have internet, no access, so we couldn't figure out names that existed or not. I had a band called Reincarnation, another one called Impurity before I had Noctu, and then Corpus Christii. So no, when I stepped back again on stage sober, I was really frightened that I wouldn't feel the same thing. I wouldn't be as connected and on the path. And it took us some seconds for me to realize that I've been doing it all wrong. I've never felt as deep in the path Luciferian path as I did once I was sober on stage, and I truly connected with the music and what I was doing, and the message and the ritual itself. It totally opened a door to me that still to this day I fully embrace it, and I don't regret at all going sober on stage. I mean, to each its own, of course. Obviously, I like seeing drunk bastards on stage if they perform good, and I like the days that I did it totally fucked up, and because I always performed, always able to perform. I never crashed on stage or just stopped a gig or anything like that. But it has been really enlightening, and I must admit it took me one step upper in the ladder of my deliverance towards my way of living ideology. Truly, yeah. Doesn't make me before all, doesn't make me better, doesn't make me worse. Worse is just different. I don't know how to explain it. It's just
less of a bar bill.
Yeah.
Were you ever into the drug thing, hallucinogenics or anything like that, or just where you just maybe smoke a joint once in a blue moon back in the day? Or was that never something that kind of attracted you?
I tried everything. But I tried like a few times pot. I never liked it. I don't know, due to my chemistry, it just never worked for me. I always got paranoid, and I just never liked pot or anything like smoking. Hallucinogenics, the best thing I tried was Salvia divinorum, which I tried 2 times, and I said, okay, that's good enough. But I had a lot of rows with the white stuff, with the South American stuff, a lot, and
the energy booster.
That was yeah. It was especially when you drink, when you drink, you start doing things that maybe you wouldn't do normally. So one thing would go to the other, would take to the other. So even later on, I remember doing a tour right after I became sober with alcohol. And I was offered this and that and so on. And I didn't take anything. I said, no, I'm still trying to work out this no alcohol thing. So let's not take anything. So yeah, but it was never. It was an issue. I'm going to open up. I don't care, because there's some dangers to it. Of course, there was an issue once in a country where I don't know what the heck they gave me, and I ended up in the hospital. And it was pretty bad. It was pretty bad from what they told me. But hey, I'm here now, so here I am. Yeah,
man. And let's talk about your story a little bit, man, because you followed a lot of paths through your life. You were born in Mafra, Portugal, and the country is like the west coast of Portugal.
It is the west coast of more or less center of Portugal, a bit more south in the countryside, in fact in a village called Olhalvo, which is hard to pronounce, Olhalvo, in fact not in a hospital but in a delivery home, like I don't know how to call it in English, but a woman
the bathtub birth.
Yeah, like a woman that does deliveries, my mother was pregnant, and she went to a private house of a nurse, and she had me there. So that's why maybe I'm a bit crazy. I don't know.
Now, so I know you have a brother that's 11 years older than you. Is that your only other sibling?
No, I have 2 older brothers, around 10 to 12, both. And I have a younger sister that is not of blood, but she was adopted, which is 12 years younger than I am, I believe. Yeah. 12, no, 16, in fact.
We mentioned the motorcycles already and that kind of stuff, but what other memories do you have of growing up in Mafra as a kid? Like, pre, metal journey, pre-music journey.
That's hard because I started listening to Maiden and King Diamond and stuff like that when I was 6 or 7 years old, between 6 and 7. So my recognition before was just a simpler time. I lived in the middle of nowhere in a village, but it was around just, I don't know, 40 minutes from Lisbon. But back in the day, there was no highways, so you were quite isolated. And it was a very different world back then without the highways. You could be just, I don't know, 30 minutes from the center of Lisbon, but it was like you in a different world. And that was my case, because since I was also 6, 7, I started riding a tiny motocross motorbike in the middle of the village and going around everywhere alone. And sometimes...
You were very introverted, right? You kind of kept to yourself as a kid.
I never dealt with anyone. I never liked dealing with people. Fuck that. No, fuck no. I tried, but I didn't like... I was never very social, let's say, because what I liked, people didn't really like. I liked motorbikes since I was a tiny kid. I liked movies in English, because I learned English just by listening. And there was no subtitles, no anything back in the day. When you had satellite dish, which was the case, and metal, So it was I was quite the only one like that. But I mean, it didn't really matter. I don't think much about it. That's what makes you who you are. I mean, you can break you or it can make you, and I think it's really important for you to grab that and make something out of that, and not become a fucking victim. That's one of the things I really am disgusted by nowadays society, is that everyone is how can I say, he's a pussy, he's a fucking pussy, So yeah, no, back in you had to be minimally tough,
That's different world.
Differently nowadays, you have to deal tough with I don't know, with other kind of bullying online, or I don't know, with zero present parents, or I don't know. But back in the day it was different, because I lived also in a really decrepitated house. It used to rain in my room. And it used to be really cold in winter and really hot in summer. So yeah, it was not an easy life. So when I see people complaining nowadays when they have everything, I go like, okay, all right.
So your brothers, I'm sure, was that how you kind of like had the music passed down to you? Were your parents into music and stuff too, or was it basically from your brothers?
It's peculiar, because my dad never liked music. He's one of those guys, which is very rare. Just never liked music.
I know
Never
people like
cared
that.
for
I never understand it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very bizarre, but in fact, I kind of admire that. I don't know. It's something different. My mother always liked old Brazilian music, like, I don't know, like Alcione, Julio Iglesias, and like those romantic singers back in the day from Brazil, which in fact, nowadays I've worked with several of them, which is funny in my profession as a roadie and backliner also. And my middle brother was always into classical music, with always had a ear. I was always listening, like in his room, getting a ear of what he was listening. And my older brother was always interested in commercial music, like everything that was in the top 20 or whatever. He cared for that, and he was always, and still is, for trends and so on. But the thing is that back in the 80s in Portugal, in top 10, you would have Iron Maiden. It was a common thing for a mainstream person to listen to some rock. Some Europe, Iron Maiden, I don't know, Def Leppard. Stuff like that.
It's funny you mentioned Europe, Alex, because I always tell people, I'm like, before the Final Countdown, there was Wings of Tomorrow. There was like cooler stuff than what happened eventually, and but
yeah, even Def Leppard, fuck, their first album.
Yeah, the first couple records, yeah,
it's amazing. It's awesome stuff. So yeah, I always had the connection with music, and gladly early on, I was able to, through my older brother, to have to expand this musical thing. And since I think my biggest block was that I had a satellite dish. So I could, I watched MTV or maybe even VH1, you know. So I got in contact with some of this music, and the problem was, how the heck am I gonna get my hands in this music?
Yeah.
That's the issue. So since we used to go sometimes to Lisbon, we discussed, by my brother, there's a place here that sells LPs or this and that, and I would go with my parents or whatever, and I started from there. So slowly but steadily, but it after a while it went really fast, because from 86, 87 to 92 was really hard. But then in 92, I immediately found places selling Deicide, Obituary, Morbid Angel, stuff like that in 92. And I remember perfectly going in late 93 to Madrid.
With your father, right?
Yeah, my father was was some work-related stuff. He was a baker, you know. He baked bread. He went with a donkey in a village.
Oh wow, really?
Yeah. Yeah. He went from that to a salesman, TV salesman, and he worked for Grundig. I don't know if you guys had that brand there, and I remember buying a Darktron in late '93 in Madrid. I remember it was almost kind of snowing, and I bought Under Fuderman. So from that day on, things were never the same.
Yeah,
Never.
I know where you grew up too, there was a lot of like regional folk music, right? Like you mentioned Iron Maiden. I know you were a huge Iron Maiden fan. Was there like the AC/DCs prior to that? Or what was the first thing where you was a kid and you said, what is that? I want to know more. Because you said at 6, you're already listening to these kind of bands and stuff. Do you remember the first like record or first song where you actually had an interest? Like, this is not just a bike I'm interested in all of a sudden. Now there's this music.
Sincerely, I cannot recall the first thing ever. I really can't. I don't know, dude. But I guess it was something on MTV when it used to be a music channel. I think people a bit younger cannot comprehend that it used to be a real music channel. But it was probably there, or we had a program in Portugal with Top Mais, and maybe Iron Maiden was there. It was during this was during Somewhere in Time, I guess. So probably Wasted Years was playing. It's not for some people in some countries that sounds really strange. Maybe not in Finland or Sweden, but maybe in, I don't know, in France, and maybe it wouldn't happen. But in Portugal it did, so it was a big thing. But something like that. It was something like that. I think it was Maiden, the first thing that really caught my eye, and that's why I'm still a big fan. I haven't listened to anything after. What's the name of the record? I don't even recall. I don't recall. I cannot recall the younger albums.
Well, you were such a Maiden.
A matter of life and death. I think that's the album. The last album I listened from them, and I liked. Yeah,
and I think we're about the same age. What year were you born?
Yeah, 79.
79. Okay, so damn, I'm a couple years older than you. God, bastard. The first concert you saw was Maiden on the No Prayer for the Dying tour with Anthrax, who was in support of Persistence of Time, which I saw that tour because I saw Clash of the Titans when they were on that tour with Slayer and Megadeth. And I actually believe I have the date you saw the show, October 23rd, 1990, was your first, which I believe that Maiden actually just came back and played Lisbon for the first time in like 36 years recently. But was that your first show you saw?
No, they are here often
together with Anthrax in first time in 36 years.
Yeah, that's true. So it was I didn't go to this gig, I wasn't able to get a ticket, and I thought I would be working, and then it got canceled, and I didn't saw the show, and I'm very pissed off because I really wanted to attend that. And it was, I think there was a lot of people at this show. It was more than normal because even when they were back in the day in TV, the things that where they used to play was an arena. It wasn't like a massive stadium, like they played now. So even when they were on TV, they were smaller than they are today without any fucking promotion.
Huh?
And that really is mind-boggling. Yeah, I guess it's a part of the internet and kids being interested in it. So if there's something good coming out of it, I'm glad. If not, I don't know, because the truth is that I think about this very often since I work in the music industry, but okay, in mainstream. And I go like, which bands are gonna substitute AC/DC, Maiden, and so on? There's no bands to substitute them. There's
Talk about it all the time, yeah. I mean, who's your next rock star? Whether people like rock stars or not. When we grew up, there was just Ozzy Osbournes, the Axl Roses, these kind of guys, right? Now I don't even know who's left. Like I can't even, and I say this all the time to my wife because she's a little younger than me, and she doesn't even. I'm like, I don't know. When we were kids, there was put it like this: you could appreciate, especially I know we've talked before. You were into Depeche Mode and stuff like that too. Like you can appreciate those kind of bands in the '80s. Now it's just totally different, I mean, maybe I don't know if it's because I'm old, but it just sounds totally different, man. But yeah, and and you mentioned something earlier too in the interview already that I wanted to circle back to for a second. Is you said back when you had to find the music, right? We had to really, really find the records, and I remember going to school and trading the tapes with my buddies and being like, "Here, I got this last week. Check this shit out. You're gonna fucking love it." Now you can get, I announce releases on this podcast and there's like 50 releases a week. Like, I don't, now you can just get it by finding it online somewhere and downloading it. And I thought when you said that, it was interesting because it felt like more of a challenge, but it felt more rewarding when you got that record or that CD or tape.
That's the thing. It was a mission. When you're trying to find something or you found something and it became something special. It wasn't how can I say, happening? This is just I don't know. It's just something that it mattered, when you found something, because it wasn't really that easy to find it. Maybe I guess in the States it was easier for art rock, of course, because it was everywhere. But I don't know. It was even harder in some other countries. I believe I'm pretty sure of it, but. It was something important because you dwelled on each record you got, Even if I would buy, I don't know, 2 records, because things were expensive. You couldn't really buy stuff that easily. I mean, it was expensive back in the day.
Especially when CDs came out. That was a kick in the balls as a kid because you were like, oh, damn, it's like $20.
Expensive. Yeah, man. And for us, especially here, it was fucking hard. But, I mean, you would devour the albums. You would spend hours around them. You would even spend the vinyl. It would become old from listening to it so many times.
Reading the lyrics and the cover constantly.
Yeah, man. That's why I'm at the same time I'm a bit sad. I'm proud that my old LPs are totally destroyed because I devoured them.
You just didn't buy them and hang them on a wall.
Yeah, precisely. So things were different.
Yeah. No,
people say, today is different, but it's better because it's easy access, this and that, and blah, 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 blah. But that's like everything in life. When something is easy, you easily forget about it.
Huh? Well, look at releases now. You have major albums come out, major bands that have been around for a while even, and you have a 2-week cycle, we always say. When that record comes out, there's 2 weeks of promotion, then it's on to the next. It's like a cattle line, and it's just the way it goes these days. And you mentioned, going to buy a copy of the 93 Under a Funeral Moon. Do you remember the first when you said, because I remember personally, like we talked about Merciful Fate earlier. I remember going in my room with my Merciful Fate tape and like really like, you're almost freaked out, right? You're like, what is this I'm hearing? Like, what is this guy saying? This is like pre-Deicide. Once you hear Deicide, then that's a whole nother step one day in the 90s. But how was that feeling for you? Because for me, I know it was a magical feeling when I started hearing these albums in my room. And how was that for you when you first get Under a Funeral Moon and go home and take it to your house and spend time with it, like you said?
I had a different kind of childhood. I've said this several times back in the day, but how can I say this? Even Christian women back in the day in Portugal were very occult driven. They had a lot of interest in occult, and there was some dark side to Christianism in Portugal from the women's side. It's very curious. I love it. And my mother used to have books and stuff happening, especially in my house, happening that I couldn't visualize or understand any of it. So I needed something that an outside thing or experience showing me that, okay, there's something here, and also when it comes to God and Satan, and me being interested in that when I was so premature. The thing is that I was pretty premature for my age. Until a certain age, I remember being, 14 and people calling me an old man. So it was bizarre. It was a bit strange how people saw me, because I somehow behaved like an old adult. And so I had interests that maybe regular kids wouldn't have. And I experienced things that maybe other people wouldn't have or wouldn't stop and think about it and go on with their lives. So when I, for example, I heard Dark Throne and I put it on and he's screaming about Satan, I was like, there's more people here. There's more. It's not my mind thing only. I'm not alone in this. There's something here that more people know about. And it opened the door to many things, because I shit you not, I remember buying that album, and I don't know if it was maybe 1 year after or more, I remember buying the Mr. Doom Satanas from Mayhem. So by 14, I was fucked for life,
Yeah.
literally fucked for life. So,
and you're interesting too, because I don't think people realize, Alex, that with you, you had made a comment I had heard once. It was you praised the Catholic Church because they are praying for the same God as you, but they just don't realize it, which I thought was, can you explain that a little bit? Which it makes total sense to me.
Well, a lot of people blah 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 this, blah 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 that, but I believe the institution, the church, Catholic Church institution knows very well who is God, and there's the degrees, like in Masonry, there's 33 degrees. So when you go in, he's innocent, this is this, blah blah, and then you go up, okay, this is strange, and then when you're up there, you go like, fuck,
this is
now I cannot
shit.
Now I cannot go out, and this is fucked up shit. Yeah. This is not what I expected, and that's how I see Catholic Church, and that they truly worship God as Satan, as one, as a view of I give, I take, I build, I destroy. If people want to protest that idea, it's fine. It's fine. I've had almost 40 years thinking about this and studying it and considering what is what. I may be wrong. I don't care, because that's the whole purpose of me being a Luciferian, is that the path is ongoing. I will never know the truth, but my only will is to keep on trying to find the truth. And I get very annoyed when people find a truth and they stick with it, and that annoys the crap out of me.
Were you raised in a religious household, or your parents kind of let you do your own thing and figure out what you wanted yourself?
In fact, my family was way too. They be whatever they want to be. My father was an atheist, or is, and my mother was Christian, not very Catholic, but Christian, and we never had to go to church nor anything like that. Even in school back in the day, you could have religion, which back in the day was basically just Christianism. And they asked me, do you want to have it? And I said no, which in fact I regret. I would have liked to know what they had to say there. But that was it. It was quite, in European terms, very classic liberal kind of thinking.
I know when I was a kid, man, I was fascinated with death because, I mean, we had another local little kid in our neighborhood. The house caught on fire and burned down, and we all knew this. It was our first real experience to like someone dying. Do you remember when you first, because obviously your music, as we're going to talk about, touches on a lot of this. Do you remember the first time you learned what death was and that you were going to die, and because I remember, for myself, it was kind of overwhelming, especially when another child had passed away, because my family was always like, oh, you don't have to worry about this for years, you're thinking. But in reality-wise, you kind of realize there is the end of the tunnel. And for you, do you remember like when you learned about this and kind of the mindset when you kind of realize the trial of life and pretty much the outcome is all the same no matter what you do?
I mean, in my family, I didn't really have death close by. I live by a really dangerous road that a kid was killed just in front of our house, but I didn't see it, I didn't hear it, but I learned about it, and I saw how dangerous it was. And but the thing is that living in a countryside and being always on the forest or the woods or whatever, when your motorbike's on, you would see death everywhere. Animals and so on. Even even when I would cross on like a snake with my bike and I would cut it in half, the snake, you would deal with it and you would see it and you would be appreciative of what was going on. And I'm not an animal defender, this or that or so on, but I don't see an animal dying way less important than a human. It's very different. I have to take back what I just said, because there's so many levels. Let's just say that I was aware of death, and but the thing that changed the most was when I was still young. I don't know. I was around maybe 11. I don't know well 11, but my grandmother was living with us, and she died on the room next to me. And I remember well when they were taking her, and there was a corner to go outside the apartment, the flat, and I still hear the fucking whatever they were carrying her hitting the wall to try and pass with the body, So that was my first encounter with death, I'll say. And I remember even her desperation that night when she was dying. I remember that very well. If it was traumatic, not really, because I knew she was very old and she was very ill and she had the severe Alzheimer. So I know it was a relief for her, even being that young. So yeah, I have a big fascination for death. And I've had two very, very close encounters, maybe even over close. I was there, but my aim is to live as long as I can, and the older I can. That's my main focus on life. Because everyone told me, you're gonna die by 27, like the rock stars, and then I didn't die at 27. They said, you're gonna die at 33 like Christ, and I didn't die. So now I aim to go at I don't know, 90, 91 or so.
Yeah, I was just reading today. It was, I don't know about where you're at, but some stuff in the States is like, the assisted suicide now, the people who want to go, who are not,
Yeah.
who are ill and stuff like that. And, certain states are trying to get illegal and stuff. Which I mean, if you're pretty much, in my opinion, which is only my opinion and opinions mean nothing, but if you're like, suffering, you only got a couple more months to live, I get it, man. What's your thoughts on that?
It's a long talk because when you become people who do this are a doctor, and the doctor have to do an oath to make the patient live as long as they can. So it goes against their oath.
Yeah.
So that's a big issue.
To sell medicine too, obviously they want to do.
Yeah, so that goes against the oath. At least we have in Portugal that you have to do everything for the person to survive and to keep alive and to make the best until the end. So once a doctor goes against that and does assistant, basically like when you have the injection in prisons for death
Lethal
row
injection, yeah,
it's the same thing. So what's the difference of that guy in prison doing that or a doctor doing that? There's no difference. It's still assassination.
Yeah.
If I'm against that, that's different. That's another talk. But I think there's a contradiction in this, and people should think about that. The other problem is that I get it. Maybe if I was in a lot of pain, and I was totally wanting to die, and I was able to articulate and say, "Please kill me," I would want it to happen. The problem is that if you're not able to articulate, and if you're not able to articulate, you don't know for sure what that person wants.
Yeah, good point.
So, and even so, the person doing it should be a family member, especially, it's fucking hard, but especially if you're married, should be your spouse, your wife. You should be the one doing it.
Most trusted one,
not the doctor. That's my view. The other one and polemic one is that, for example, I'm quite aware of, I quite care for sociology and worldwide politics, and I follow a lot American politics and Canadian politics.
I'm sorry about that.
No, it's good to know about everything because once it happens there, it ends up happening here.
Yeah.
And the problem that, for example, people probably don't know, so they will not believe it. But nowadays they're offering people in Canada to kill themselves. Like, do it. You're here to you don't have a leg. You're suffering. You're on healthcare. You cannot work. But we can assist you to die. Let's go for that. Healthcare, is just a burden to the society. Let's do that. So that's a problem with the legalizing stuff like that. Is that it starts as a really good, thoughtful thing, but very fast it goes to an extreme that
like everything else, it's corrupted.
And that's once again, I'm not saying that I support it or I don't. The same thing for the next thing I'm going to say is like abortion. It's the same thing. Dude, I don't care if you support it or not. I'm not going to say what I do, what I want, and I don't, because mine is very tricky. There's shitloads of levels. But why is it illegal now in America in some states? Because they went too far with it.
Yeah.
That's it. Like in Portugal, it's 10 weeks. You can do it until 10 weeks. Good. Once it becomes 20 weeks, people go like, hey, come on. So that's what's going on. Then it's going to go to 25 weeks.
Yeah.
And then some guy will go like, they went too far. So now we're going to cut it totally.
I'm telling you, this is going to be a long episode. Get ready, man. I don't know.
People have called me devil's advocate many times.
Well, you've always been interesting, dude. I mean, I'm telling you, man, ever since I've, began talking to you over 20 years ago, it's always, you've always been an interesting person. With the music, I know you were an introvert and stuff, but when did you start hanging out with like-minded people? Like we all go to that where we pretty much hang out with the people listening to the same music and stuff, because your first band was what, 95?
Yeah, 95. 95. None of them were really black metal guys or even extreme death metal guys. We were more regular folk that, metal was a normal thing, and people like to play heavy. Many of them then, the grunge thing started, so they left. And then started the big, Emperor and Cradle of Filth thing. So there was a lot of people into that scene, and it was nice. It was cool to meet people like that. But I always knew that they weren't fully in. It wasn't for the long run. It was more maybe around only in 97, 98 when I was starting to plan doing Corpus Christi, that I met people that took it differently, let's say, and they cared more about more bands and discovering new things and doing stuff also. And that was for us. It was a bit later, in Portugal. We in the second wave, Portuguese black metal, because we had the first one, in fact, with Feeling Ignitum Infernalium, Decade, and Moonspell. But in that second wave, it only started really in 98 until 97 until maybe 2007. It was only a 10-year period. It was our golden period, no doubt.
Yeah, and I think even in the States we knew that. Like, there was that the late 90s or mid 90s till like the 2000s, like you said, when, the mutilations of there was just a there was a different feel. Like you really felt like there was a danger there. You really felt like there was a hatred there. And I'll let you clear up this part of the story too, man, because, so you didn't play bass or anything, right? You were, I think you were singing at a young age, just already singing yourself, kind of into that kind of stuff. And you kind of started doing a bass out of necessity, right? And I'll let you tell this story. You're hanging out with some guys and stuff.
I mean, I remember we had like a BMX group in the town where I used to go for vacation, and I always liked, two wheels was my thing, and I met some guys, and the guy said, "Oh, I know another guy that rides, but he also has a band. Let's go to his house and check the rehearsal." And I'm there. I went there, and they said, "Oh, we don't have a singer. Do you want to try something?" And I said, "I never did that in my life." So I did it, and very fast I became the main guy wanting to push the band. So when the bass player left, I said, "Okay, I find the bass somehow," and I started playing. So I did, and it was from then on. Then from 95 to late 97, I was singing and playing bass. Then in 97, I bought a guitar. I started composing Corpus Christi, and then in 2002, 3, with Storm, we had a drum kit in rehearsal room, and I started playing, and I started playing, and something like that. So I started playing drums. I just started out of necessity. Yeah, precisely. The problem is that I'm left-handed when it comes to guitars, so maybe everything came a bit later, Like my bass guitar was I don't know, I think it was an Ibanez, right-handed, that I just turned around and I started playing like that. But then I was able to find a guitar, left-handed guitar, a Jackson, that I still have it, a Korean one, and I was able to start being more comfortable, because it didn't work with a bass guitar like that.
When did you realize you're left? Like when didn't you have like an acoustic guitar at your house too, at a young age, that you kind of were fucking with at first, and that's kind of actually started realizing that you were left-handed, or is that like left-handed player? Or?
Fuck, Tony, I remember being a tiny kid, really tiny kid, and they offered me a guitar, like a kid guitar with buttons and sounds come on. I don't know. I don't know how old I was, and I remember that, and immediately I turned it around.
Yeah. And you don't like playing guitar, right? Which I find is fascinating. You just do it as it's part of the job, right? It's part of what you have to do to create what you create.
Yeah, guitar is a very fragile instrument, very fiddly, and I prefer the bass guitar. I really enjoy playing bass guitar. The guitar for me is very, and with the bass guitar, like I recently last year I did a tour with Irai, opening for Marduk, and they invited me to play bass. And I can mess around playing fingers and being tough with it, And with the guitar, you have to be very, very, I don't know, more precise, more careful playing it, and that's why I love playing drums. Because when I play drums, I'm a fucking maniac. I'm a complete. I destroyed the whole kit.
I think drums are more. I think drums are more fun, man. It's like something about it. It's a release and stuff. And when did you? I'm going to play a track too from a band you were involved with. Well, so when did you join Noctu? Was that 96?
I guess so. I don't really recall properly, but I guess 96 until 98 or something like that. Or I still kept it while I was already creating Corpus, maybe. I don't really know very well. But yeah, I guess it was in 96, yeah. And we did a demo, which was basically the tracks were already done, because Bruno from Firstborn Evil was singing there previously to me. It was another old band, and I just sang my parts instead. So they were practically done, and then we started recording an album, and frustration, a sigh of frustration, because everybody wanted to do more of more of an Arcturus kind of avant-garde stuff. And okay, whatever. I didn't have much. You had to go with the flow with what was happening, because it was so fucking hard to find musicians, a place to rehearse, paying for all that, paying for instruments. Everything is so fucking easy nowadays, but it was so hard back in the day. It was
where were you rehearsing at back then with that band? Like you guys had.
I remember it was, in fact, it wasn't that far away from where I am now, in the south side of Lisbon, in Almada area, in a deep garage. A guy converted a garage into a studio, a really tiny studio, and it was there that we would rehearse, which in fact was the rehearsal place of a cool death metal band from here called Procyon. So I remember that, yeah. And I was there for some years, yeah. And when I started with Corpus Christi, I stopped rehearsing because we didn't have drums, we didn't have anything. We did it in the room of Ignis Nox, in his room. In fact, most of the composition we did was him. He had the wall piano, and me had the guitar. I had no fucking amplifier, and just scratching the strings as hell to have some volume. And then he was kind of good with computers, so I remember he had some drum tracker or whatever the fuck it was. It used to take so long to program the drums. It was so painful to program. It was so fucking painful. I think we would take easily 8 hours just to program the drums for one track, man. Something like that. It was horrible.
Yeah, I'm going to play a track from that Noctu-Forest Ghost. I'm going to play from the Sleeping Beauty demo. Now, where'd you guys record this at? Was that the first recording you did?
It was in the same studio, in a garage with a 4-tracker.
Nice, man. And I'm going to play. You remember anything about the song you remember from Forest Ghost?
No, man, I don't even remember the track.
Well, you have to go back and listen to this interview. You got to hear it again. This is Noctu with Forest Ghost from the Sleeping Beauty 1997 demo, and we'll be back with Nocturnus Horrendus after this. That was Noctu with Forest Ghost. What was the first band you ever played live with? Your first time on stage?
Oh fuck! So it was Impurity or Reincarnation in the hall of a school in south side of Lisbon, and it was pure chaos because the drummer, we didn't have a carpet for the drums, so they were flying everywhere. And it was horrible, man. It was so bad. It was eye-opening, I can say. It was Reincarnation or Impure. I think it was Reincarnation, in fact.
Did you know right away though this was your thing though? Like when you performed live for the first time, or in a school hallway or whatever, were you like, "Oh, this is the shit"?
No. Fuck no, not with that show, But then then afterwards, I only played with Noctu live. But I hope, I wish I could remember where, but I can't recall. But I've maybe a metal, heavy metal. We had like this, like you guys probably had also. We call it a mostra. Mostra is like bands try just go to show who they are, you know.
Oh yeah, like a talent show or something
like
shit
a
like
metal talent show. Yeah. So I think it was that, yeah. Because Almada had the big metal and hardcore scene. It was fucking huge back in the day. There was so many bands. Even gothic scene. It's like a small city south of Lisbon, Almada, but there was so many things happening. It was crazy, man. It was really cool. Really cool. People don't recall this, but back in the day, we wouldn't get along with the hardcore people or the goth people, or even inside even the metal scene, we would not get along with the metal people at all. Not because of us, but because of them. They just couldn't cope with black metal at all. It was what it was. It's fine. I don't care. We were alone. We were pushed to a corner, and that's what made us become elitist.
Yeah, you got to be pushed in the corner. I think it's you got to be hungry. It's like we look at some of the favorite demos and albums you have of bands. You know, it's when they were hungry. It's when there was no, you weren't on magazine covers, or you weren't on. It's totally different now. I totally agree. And '97, begins the idea, right, for Corpus Christi. And when did you first meet Ignis?
It was in Noctu. He was already there playing keyboards. In fact, it was where I met him, and I knew that he was the only guy that he had an interest for black metal back in the day, and I thought that I could do something with the keyboards, man. I could do something out of that, not being typical, because we always used like gain distortion on the keyboards. That's because we only had one guitar, and in fact, several times people told us, you guys use samples or this or that. No, man, it's the keyboards. It sounds like a second guitar, basically. It's like a layer guitar on the back, somehow like Samoth did in Emperor. If you hear Samoth guitar, is a wall of sound. It's each on guitar that you can properly listen to it. Samoth's guitar was just a fucking wall, and that's what we did with the keyboards in Corpus Christi.
And was that when you guys think of that name, Corpus Christi? Is that when you decided? I believe you were the one who came up with it. Was it like right away when you heard it? Like you're like, this makes sense, or this is what I want it to be?
Well, I've told this many times. It was simply, I always admired going to churches and admire the art, and above all the suffering. So I remember seeing that name in a wall, Corpus Christi, and I said, and when most people look at it, will look at empathy and hope and so on. I saw pain. So yeah, I'm going to use this. I'm going to use this name.
Wasn't there a label, Italian label, that you were gonna? They wanted you guys to change. They wanted you guys on the roster, but they wouldn't have you guys involved unless you guys changed the name.
let's put it this way: if we have changed the name, maybe we would have been known a bit earlier. And we had 2 situations with that label, unfortunate ones. It was Avant-Garde Records from Italy. It was a label I really admired, man. They were doing amazing stuff. They were doing amazing releases, and it just happened that they were like, "Hey, what about your band?" I was there visiting them. I don't know how I became friends with Roberto Mamarella and the Monumentum guys. I don't recall that part, but I just ended up being in Italy, in Milan, calling him, "Hey, I'm here." "What the fuck, you're here?" I'm fuck, what the hell? "Yeah, I told you I was coming, so I'm here. Can you pick me up?" So, and we were talking about that, and I showed the tape, and they're like, "Oh, we like this. Sounds different. And can you change the band name?" And I said, No. Hey, but because in Italy people will not. Because in Italy people will not understand this. I'm making fun of my good Darvaza friends, Janata, and love them. And they wanted to change the band name, and I said no. So we went nowhere. But then a bit after, they did a tribute to Mayhem, and we were going to be on that compilation, which sold, I think, 15 or 20,000 CDs copies. This is crazy, and we're going to be part of the compilation. But at the last minute, Keep of Kalesin did the same track as us, so they went to Keep of Kalesin instead.
The first demo you guys do, how come? So was that a printing error where there's one eye on the Corpus Christi on that one, or was that intentional?
We just didn't figure it out still, and the logo was shit, and I didn't know what to do, and I had the guy that I've worked for many years doing it, and I was like, okay, this is, yeah, I can go along with this, but sincerely, no, not the logo. It just happened that way. I went along with it because it's just so fucking hard to just even find someone who could do the artwork. I could do collage, cutting stuff and paste and so on, yeah, which I did afterwards with especially with the other bands. But you're so naive about everything, and that showed up as like, yeah, let's go for this. But then Christoph Spaziel did a logo for us. In fact, he did 2. And we decided on one of them, and that's what started it.
With that demo, you guys did 3 tracks, and how long did it take you to put together material for the Now album? Demo, I should say.
What? Besides programming the drums, composing it, maybe, I don't know, a month or not even. I don't know. I know I remember recording it. That I remember. It was in the room of the bass player of Procyon. He was in his bedroom recording it. I remember that in Almada area, but the process itself, I don't recall. I think, in fact, we already had more tracks done. That's how, right after we recorded the album.
What was the first Corpus Christi song you wrote?
Oh, it was Flamma Tenebranum, Unholy. I think in the demo it was called Unholy Black Flame, I guess. I don't know if I don't recall. I think it was called Unholy Black Flame, and we changed to Flamma Tenebranum. I think that was it. I'm not sure, in fact. I'm sorry, it's too many years, man. It's too many years.
Yeah,
some people can remember all this, but I don't. And I'm not people, oh, the fuck, you can't remember that. Yeah, dude, man. I don't. What's the problem?
We talked about earlier how you couldn't remember this.
No, back then I was told I didn't drink, but I didn't really drink that much or much at all. But no, it's just, I don't care about keeping up, because it's like I composed, I recorded it, I did it, I released it.
You lived
it. It's done. I lived it. I played it live hundreds of times, and it's done. I don't need to to keep it in my brain, every single information. I don't see the purpose of that. And I prefer, the older you get, the less memory you have, and I prefer to learn new information, to take out some of the information I have, older one, and learn new stuff. I love learning new stuff all the time.
Definitely, man. And when you put out the demo tape and stuff, is this when you first decided to create Nightmare Productions in '96? Is that about the time you started it? Because you kind of wanted to create this for bands that were looking to get releases, that had trouble getting releases out.
Yeah, it wasn't really easy. There was one of two labels. I guess they were picky, and I just wanted to do my part and release stuff and do something for the scene, which nowadays I don't regret, but I was like ungrateful fucks, in some cases. I mean, like you made no money, you spent a lot of time, and you're complaining, so do it yourself, man. I did it to. I was for many years giving it all to my bands and giving it all to several other bands and other musicians I really cared for their art. And some of them are still my friends. I still deal with them. Even if not my friends, I still am fine with them. But I don't think they understand. That was never. I mean, what the fuck? I had one side of the band. You're doing this for the money. I said, "What money? What the fuck you're talking about?
Oh.
What money? Like fucking hell! I even lose money with this shit. What money? Like it's ridiculous."
And I will say, I still have some of the stuff. I used to, get some stuff from you back, and you would just pack extra shit in that stuff. It was definitely not about money with you. I mean, because you would send me these packages of like, I would just get all these extra Corpus Christi stuff, man. So, that's definitely.
I only wanted people to get the stuff and check it and listen to it and appreciate it and spread the word and enjoy it. And that was it, dude. I didn't care about anything else than that, because if I would care about it, I wouldn't do EPs or tapes or LPs limited to 100 copies, stuff like that. I mean, it's so much work for nothing in return. But well, at least there was people doing it. There was a lot of labels doing it, a lot of people doing it, and gladly, because of them or us, whatever, there was so many good music released and in physical format. Something that nowadays you cannot really say.
You guys put out the Dumb and I tape in '98, and then what was the first Corpus Christi official show? Around, I know you're not good with the dates, but around the period.
Oh man, I think it was still in '98 or no, '99, I guess. In Almada also, that city. In Incrível Almadense. In fact, it was in a historical venue, and I remember the sound was shit. There wasn't that many people, but the people that were there was like the fences and everything, and everything was flying. It was fucking chaos. I remember that. It was fucking great, because in that venue years before, I saw Warpath, Forbidden, Samael, what more? Cannibal Corpse, bands like that. So it was quite special to the first gig to be there. But then we played every single hole that you could find. Like, I don't think the kids nowadays realize in Portugal, but we played in villages in the middle of nowhere in Portugal, and there will be only 20 people. But if it would be nowadays, there will be 0 people. So 20 people in those villages, it was a lot. And we took it as that fuck, there's 20 people showed up. That's cool, And
they're focused too on what's going on. They had no cell phones. There's no like distractions going on. They're actually living in the moment, which is, a lost art now.
Yeah. Very guilty of that also, so cannot say.
Yeah, it's human nature now. In 2000, you guys put out the Seculum record, the 8 tracks on the debut. You guys are also voted most hated band of the year in 2000 in Portugal, which is like an honor, right?
Yeah, most hated band, and me. I was voted, I think, 2 years in a row the most hated musician, and the worst musician or something like that. Yeah, we had like several trophies. I was like, what the hell is this about? In fact, maybe why are we even doing in this magazine? Uh, Afterwards, I started collaborating with them, but I'm like, how are we here? How does this happen? But yeah, that happened with most hated band in Portugal because it was polemic, man. It was we and the people we were pissed off. We wanted to piss off people, and we did many things to piss off people.
Well, at first, too, I think you said no one took you guys serious when you guys started playing out, right? In the beginning.
No one. We had no support from the old bands. No support whatsoever. We were mocked by them all the time. And I had beef with one of them, one of the bands. And there was a situation even. It was different rough times, you know? And you had to prove yourself. You had to prove yourself that you were worthy and you were doing something. But my main focus was to just do it and not care about the echoes around me because just not so long ago, Voturis, me and Voturis were talking and saying me first, then him. But since we started, me and him are the only black metal musicians in Portugal that never stopped. Never. We never stopped or had a hiatus or this or that or blah blah blah. We never stopped. So it's in my case since 95 and him since 97. So it's a long time.
When you do that first full length, was that special to you, that debut, the Seculum record? You guys that on a label called what, So Die out of Portugal, and I think you had a bad experience with that label.
Well, bad. It was what it was. I mean, first the booklets were all wrong, printed and backwards and so on, but well, at least they released us, you know. So, and it was selling. The truth is that it was selling. It was going around. We was doing a buzz, and we had the album out. But the thing is that since day one, everyone thought I was buying labels and tours, and it never happened. And the fucking irony of it all is that nowadays everyone buys labels and tours. That's the fucking irony, and it's taken as normal, and it's bizarre as fuck. Back in the day, you're buying this, that's why you're doing this and that. No, man, I'm playing, I'm showing up. We go to some clubs and we have 250 people, and the other bands play and they have 50, and that's it. But then it was there was bad periods and there was better periods, and it is what it is. You just keep on moving and doing what you think is important.
Yeah, and with that Seculum, that just came out on vinyl in 2024. Was that the first time it's came out on vinyl?
Yeah, it was supposed to be out on Somber Records by Marcel, and he already had the artwork and so on, and he was hospitalized and he died. So I had not many people know this, but I had more opportunities to release it afterwards on vinyl. But for me, it would have been so special to have released on Somber Records because it was a label I really respected, and I really respected him. I was with him several times. I hanged out with him. So I postponed for years to do it on vinyl. It wasn't out of respect for Marcel, but it just didn't feel right. It was supposed to be out by him and then having out by another label like 1 year or 2 years after. It wouldn't have felt right by me. Maybe it's a bit dumb of my part, I don't know, but I don't care whatever. Who cares?
You're kind of a guy who just does what he feels, right? I mean, there's never a rush to put out a record. You're usually 3 or 4 years, maybe 5 even between records and stuff.
Yeah, for 16 years I was dedicated to this. I postponed my professional life. I postponed my life overall to black metal. And I was doing releases and experimenting, other side projects, and also anonymous for other bands, helping them out and so on. and I had the time. I made the time. It came to a period in life that I was like, there's so much stuff. Let's just take it easy and not do so much stuff and over pollute the scene with stuff. I mean, the last Corpus Christi album was what, already 4 years ago?
Yeah, 2022.
Yeah, like, I mean, to me it feels like it was 2 years ago. So I'm okay with it. If people need the band to have a release every 2 years, is there something wrong? It's because they are hungry for more stuff and they already got fed up of the previous release, or they moved on. And I hold on to the stuff I like. Like yesterday in my car, I was listening to Iswind, Dark Water Steer, which I listen to often. I don't get tired of it. In fact, I heard it on the way to where I was going and coming back again. I listened to the album twice. I didn't put another album on. That's what I wanted to hear. That's what I listened to.
I'm going to play a track off of the Seculum record now. I'm going to play All Hail Master Satan. Anything you tell us about this track?
Yeah, it was inspired by Impel Nazarene, and it's mostly the track probably the track we have played the most so far. And we have done 2 or 3 versions of it, and normally we end the gig with it or we start the gig with it. Depends. Or sometimes I just don't feel like playing it and it's in a set list and I say, we're not playing it in the middle of the session. So
this is Corpus Christi with All Hail Master Satan off the Seculum Domini record, and we'll be back with Nocturnus Horrendus after this. And that was Corpus Christi with All Hail Master Satan. And also something else you did, which I did too, man. And I tell you, it made me look at bands a lot different. You were a promoter too for a period of time.
Yeah, I was.
Did you enjoy that?
I did. Because back then I had a place where I could bring the bands and stay with me, and it was all on a, what's the term they use nowadays, trust society kind of thing, that they would come and let's say, I pay everything when you're here with the tickets. I don't have money. We do this for the bands and for the people, and it worked out every single time. And the first time I did it, people were really late to the show, so the first band didn't have public, but I said, you're gonna play on time anyway, because there was a big issue in Portugal with and still is in several places with schedule, or schedule, whatever you say. I don't know how you say it.
Yeah, schedule, yeah.
Schedule, and
or time slots or whatever.
Yeah, I think in the UK they say schedule. I don't know. Who cares? Tomato.
Exactly.
And and they were playing. There was no one there. Said, "Don't worry, I'm gonna bring you to the next gig. Next gig I do, you guys are gonna play again." And by the second gig, everyone was on time.
Nice.
As simple as that. I just needed 2 dates to make people start coming on time, and I'm very outspoken about that nowadays, because this goes to all the people that work in the scene and as a crew people, that we're not paid by the hour, most of us. So when things get delayed, man, it's just hours spent on stupid shit, and then you have to go really late to bed, and you probably have another work in the next day, and you don't sleep, and it's never ending, and it's stupid. And I believe in keeping a schedule tight.
And you also mentioned earlier too about the band Decade, and you guys did a split with them in 2000. Were you a fan of them like prior to that?
Fuck yes.
Yeah, so I mean that must have been a thrill for you.
Man, of course it was. I mean, they didn't really like us, but but back in the day, but I never had beef with them, nor the other way around. And man, I really, Conjuration of the Southern Circle, it's such a special album. It's I don't know why the album is not bigger and more and everywhere, and Seven Seals also, and man, it's just special. Those early releases, they are so unique. They are like a mix of, I don't know, it had their own thing. Some people say it has a bit of the Greek vibe, and I don't know, I just fucking love it. And I was very honored to play drums for the band for a while. I played drums for them, and that it was a cool period. I like that. I had some fun playing those old tracks.
You mentioned the bass you enjoyed playing, and the drums also we just talked about. For you, is that like live? What is your favorite instrument to play? Is it the drums or?
Well, if you can call it an instrument, is to sing live. Yeah. No, yeah, I like doing vocals. A lot of people, friends of mine, would prefer me to keep on playing bass and guitar and singing, but it really restricts me, because when I'm with singing, only singing, I just go everywhere. I cannot stand still, and I go berserk. So, and I give everything. If I'm with an instrument, it's really hard for me. And besides, maybe this is something that for people who care don't really know, but I had to stop playing, especially the guitar, because I started getting really bad tendonitis and losing the picks, because I never warmed up, I never anything. All the inflammation from alcohol and so on, it really got bad. I was losing my pick all the time, and that's why even nowadays, when for example, with I play bass. I play with fingers. I don't use a pick. Yeah.
Nice. You know, vocal wise, that's one thing I will say. When you hear your vocals, man, you can feel the suffer. I gotta say, the pitches, and it definitely stands out, man. So I've always been a big fan of your vocal delivery and stuff. And you know, and one more question about that Decade split. When you guys did Reflex of Nothingness, did you guys record that in the same sessions as you did with the Seculum record, or was that done just for the split?
It was after, I believe. I think it was after we did it individually, if I'm not mistaken. But if I recall it right, it was afterwards.
And next, you guys do the Fire God record, which is recorded at KFD Studios. And what memories do you have of recording that record, and how, because I really felt like on that record, again, I'm just speaking from as a listener, like you guys kind of stepped it up from the first record, like just the delivery. Like, what do you remember about the writing process? Do you feel like the Fire God was the next step that had to be taken from the Seculum record?
I think it was just because I used to be, besides drums, I got a big evolution playing guitar and bass. I started to be really more comfortable doing things. So I said, hey, I can do this now. And I like what I'm doing, so I'm going to do this. It's very different from the previous album, but it's just, Tony, it's like this. I just do what comes out. If I like it, I keep it. I never keep any junk. Anything I'm not sure about, I throw it away. And it just came out like that, and it was way more elaborated album. I was feeling really good with the guitar back then, playing really tight, I believe. So, and it's just, okay, let's do something more elaborate, and it came out like that. It was a cool process, and once again recorded in the room of another guy.
Is that what KFD Studios was?
Yeah, Kill Fuck Die from Wasp.
And that album's kind of like Dominance is the theme of that record, right?
Yeah, no doubt whatsoever. It was also give a bit of an element to my death metal background in a way, which is still a big thing for me. I'm still a big fan of death metal. There's no doubt about it. I mean, this weekend I'm losing Genocide. They're playing here in the festival. And I didn't go. I was maybe able to go, but it was far away. And there's like only Genocide. All the rest is crap. They're mixing all kinds of styles. So I would spend, I don't know, 150 euros just to see Genocide. So I said, no, I'm not going. And it's a big shame.
Were you a Florida metal guy? Did you like the Morbid Angels? Obviously the Genocides, I know you like the stuff. Were you into the Florida metal scene, or?
Yeah, but back then I didn't really know what it was or where it came from. Maybe I knew that everyone would go to Scott Burns to record.
Yep.
But besides that, I wasn't sure if the bands were from there or not. But yeah, I liked that scene. I mean, man, when I listen to Legion from the side, I go, it was never done again. That something like that. It never existed anything like that again with that obscurity and I don't understand. It just never happened again, in my opinion. And I listened to a lot of death metal bands, and then it came another era, like for example, Mortal Throne of Nazarene of Incantation, which opened up the floodgates in the last 10 years to obscure death metal. Back in the day, nobody cared about it. Of course, nobody gave a fuck about it. I remember talking. I've been with him several times. I forgot the vocalist's name. I forgot his name now. Sorry. Awesome dude, but I forgot his name, the vocalist. And he always told me, man, back in the day, nobody gave a fuck about the album. They hated it, the recording and everything. And I was like, yeah, but it was my favorite album from you guys. And lately, nowadays, they're fucking. I don't think people understand how influential is that album. Or maybe they do.
Well, you mentioned Legion too, and Benton says himself that when that album came out, everybody hated it. And then, that's what he always says. And then now they praise it, because I mean, the first Genocide record to me, that was like a smack in the face. I was like, what is going on here, But still, to me, I tell you, I cannot hear that first record, which I still listen to it all the time, but I can not hear it and just remember every hook, every turn, every growl. It was
it's amazing, man. It's
amazing. We had Scott Burns on here. It was awesome. He was talking about it, and it was just like,
yeah. I saw an interview of him not a few years ago. It was cool.
Scott's a cool guy, and also, and we mentioned Mayhem earlier. Also with the Fire God, you had a Necro Butcher in there. You had met him in Italy prior.
Yeah, when I went to meet Roberto from Avantgarde Records, I found out that I was there on the weekend that Mayhem was playing with the God Killer, where they recorded the famous Mediolanum Capta Est live album with where Attila showed up and played and sang 2 tracks. In the album, he's only on 1 track. They delete the other one because he fucked up the other track. But yeah, I was there, and that's where I met them. I was put as security for the concert, for the backstage. I was security on backstage, and it was also bizarre, man. And I met Necrobutcher, Jorn, and I remember going eat ice cream with him and talking, and we became cool with each other.
Next thing you know, he's on the album. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
And he never played the track live. That's the fun thing. He never recorded. He never played that track. I had to teach him the track. He never played it.
That's awesome.
Never. I had to teach him. It was amazing.
Man. Buried by Time and Dust, right? You guys did.
Yeah.
And then 2000 also sees the birth of Storm Legion. What can you tell us about it? Starts as a 3-piece, right? When you guys start doing that, it's Hugo, aka Voltaris, you and was it Anvar Ara on guitar?
Anvar, yeah. Anvar on guitar, which is from Angernost band, which is a band that released a mini CD back in the day, more Emperor driven, and it was for me a big thing. It was very special release. And we started a band together because for our interest in grim black metal and more straightforward stuff. And yeah, it was from there that with the Storm Legion, and it was quite cool. I really fucking like the early, not the early, but the Storm Legion recordings.
That's killer.
It was really cool. The track we did for Lusitania Dark Chord compilation, for the EP we did, the demo, and then the first album was fucking great stuff we did, because it was a bit more. It was maybe, in my opinion, my honest opinion, the first breath of more old green black metal coming from Portugal, because everything was a bit different. Corpus Christi is a bit agglomerate of a lot of things, and but morely driven into green black metal with Storm Legion. Yeah.
You guys put out the Statement demo in 2001 on Jakar, 2 tracks on tape. Then you did, 2002, you put out the Rebirth of the Flame, 3 tracks, 7-inch. And with you and Hugo, when did you first become friends with you? Because you guys obviously, Ire, and then you have Morte Incandescente, but when do you first become friends with him?
I think maybe in 98, 99, I guess, or just being an acquaintance, because back in the day, because we couldn't. There was in Lisbon the bar area called Bairro Alto, which literally means tall neighborhood. The metal scene was divided in 3 bars, and we, the black metal guys, ended up in a bar, everyone, and we would be like a group of 18, 20 people every weekend. And probably the acquaintance happened there because he was playing with the Flagellum Day, which is a band also that people should check out, Flagellum Day, and it started from there. He went from there. Yeah.
And was that the Rebirth of the Flame? Was that your first time on a vinyl record?
Fuck. Good question. Fuck, maybe, I guess it was. Yeah. That's, well thought. I think it was. Yeah, it's true.
And you guys do that, and you guys put out the In League of Black Metal comp, which has 10 tracks on it. What was the first Corpus Christi tour? Because I know you guys did with In Thy Flesh, right, in 2002. Was that pretty much the first tour you guys did?
Abroad or in Portugal?
Yeah, just a number of shows, more,
You want the truth? I don't remember.
That's okay, man. That's totally fine. And so the next 2001 pretty much sees the formation, right, of Morte for you guys. And you had made a comment, which I saw. This was a comment you made in the River Rag in April 2006. Morte Incandescente is a typical old school grim black metal band. We are not here talking about fucking old forests or how evil we are. We are real people with real emotions. The praise of black arts and to the one and only God, Satan. I think when you listen to the sound of that band, it makes 100% sense, man. And to you still, looking back now 20 years later, is that statement still the same to you?
Yeah, it is. It is. And the special thing about the band is that we even tried to avoid Vutulis doesn't know this, but we even tried to avoid meeting up, go to the studio, rehearsal room, book some hours because we know that we would come out with something new. It's just the way it is. Every time we met, we would record something and would then end up a release. So it's so fluid and automatic and an old school way of doing music. It's I'm going to use the word beautiful. It's just special when you're in the place and it just comes out and it's like, oh fuck, this is good. Let's record this. And you have like a 4-tracker or 8-tracker on the side, and do it. I find it quite interesting and uplifting. And it's something that in fact, something that I always missed in Corpus Christi because I never had a lineup to just be in a recording in a rehearsal studio and just compose. It never worked like that. It never did. Never happened.
Is that the most spontaneous band you're in, would you say? I've been involved in?
Oh, fuck yes. Fuck yes. Yeah. I think because with Storm Legion, Einver probably would come to the studio with some riffs. Yeah. Besides Morte Incandescente, so far, well, we were talking black metal. So in black metal, yeah, no, that was the case. It was that.
And I'm going to talk more about Morte here in a few minutes, but 2002, you also seized the formation of Genocide Commando. I think I told you this a few years ago, but still not out on vinyl, which I'm still, I don't understand. But black metal supremacy. How did you get involved with this? It's got Noctu from Drakkar on there. How come it never saw a vinyl release?
It's a complicated story that I don't know the time lapse of it, and I don't want to be wrong about it. But it's just I knew Noctu somehow. I don't remember how again. And I went to the palace in Montpellier, south of France. The palace used to be for Mérignac of mutilation, where Noctu was living there, and we recorded that album, composed and recorded. It was It was fucking freezing, man. It was so cold. That palace in the winter was literally a palace, like falling down.
Crumbling.
Yeah, like it was I mean, I can say it. Basically, it was the Black Legion's palace, and it was falling down. It was so cold, and we recorded it, and it came out on CD on Moribund Records. Everything was very fast, but I don't know why it never came out on LP. I think we got in bad terms. Me and Noctu got in bad terms for other reasons, and it just never came to be. And meanwhile, he released another album without me. We discussed about it, and everything is fine, man. I think we talked about releasing an LP, but we didn't come to terms or whatever it was. I don't know. I don't care, man. I don't have time or will to be bitter about things and to waste time on unimportant stuff, because for me, the music is done and the music is out there. And that's all it matters to me. The format, as long as it is physical, is what matters to me. No, if it's vinyl or tape or whatever, I don't give a fuck. As long as it's not Spotify, I'm fine with it.
Cover would look good on a 12-inch though, man. But
Yeah, it's true, dude. It's true.
You
It's
know.
true. I know we had some conversations, but I don't think we came to terms or whatever. Maybe we'll probably show up on LP one of these days without me being informed. I don't know. It's just whatever. I'm not.
Play it as it goes.
As long as I get some copies, I'm fine with it. I'm fine.
I'm going to play some Genocide Commando now. I'm going to play
Yeah.
War Dogs Attack. Anything you can tell us about this track?
Man, I fucking love the album. That's
There
what I
you
have to
go.
say.
This is some Genocide Commando. This is War Dogs Attack from the Black Metal Supremacy record that came out on Jakar Productions, and we'll be back with Nocturnus Horrendus after this.
Faithful
that was Genocide Commando with War Dogs Attack from the Black Metal Supremacy record. And a cover that always, to this day, and I have the 7-inch, the Master of 7-inch, with the GIMP outfit on the front, man. Every time I see it, I'm like, man, I got to ask him about that. And now I have my opportunity here. So,
Well, it was a photograph on my old house. In my old house where I used to live in the village. Decrepit house. And I used to take part and organize a few BDSM parties back in the day. And mild stuff, not big stuff, more private. And I used to like some BDSM stuff. Also the partner that I have. So it's not fake, the photo. It's real.
I figured so, man. I just,
And I think by now I never do anything fake.
Well, I wanted to ask you back then. I figure, what the hell, man? I'll do it on here. But yeah, it was definitely definitely a cover.
There was some issue with that old release and who did the layout and so on. That I was never very happy with. But let's not go into that.
Yeah, I'm not going to bring that up. I think I know. Yeah,
I'm really not happy.
2003, you also put together a solo project named Coldness. You guys put out a split in 2004 with Ira, a full-length Poison Gift in 2004, a demo titled Imperfection, Rotten. Then 2003, you put out the 8-song split with Ira, 4 songs each. What can you tell us about the band Coldness, and what was your, obviously it's you. What can you share about that band?
The Coldness it was a very peculiar project for me because I had this a long period where I would take antidepressives and sleeping pills and so on, and it would make me like spiral out of control and madness during the nights, and I would write down stuff, and it was as complete madness and periods of my life that I don't remember. So I guess that was why I was writing stuff, and total spiral out of control. And I had to put into music what I was going through and what was in my head. And like first track I did, I think it's called Me and All of My Eyes, like I. And it's really that. It was me trying to discover all the people I had inside of me, and all the chaos and discoordination I had in my life and self. So it's not lyric-wise. It always connects somehow to my early self-destruction and deliverance to the old pattern, which I don't see anymore as, for example, the term that you probably heard many times, destroy your life for Satan, which I still approve, but I don't see it that way for myself. If you want to do it, I'm very happy for you. It was a process of deconstructing myself to create a rebirth. So it's very frenetic music and very fucked up. And I would literally have the stuff to record, and I would do everything in a row. Having 0 riffs, have everything in a row, and just record.
Inspiration.
And everything was like live, basically. And doing it in the minute. It was maybe the fastest stuff I ever did alone, which in fact comes to the newer stuff I did many years after, which I was like, Vulturu was saying, you should do another Coldness, and I was like, man, I'm not that person anymore. So how the fuck will I do that? I wasn't feeling true to myself to do Coldness without being that person. with already being sober and clear in my mind. But you know what? I picked up the guitar, and as I thought about it, and everything was there again.
And that was the split with Iray?
Yeah, and I just opened my mind, and everything was there again. So you never get over what you were. It's always there, and it's up to you to keep it locked or not. And that's what I did. I unlocked that beast for two afternoons, I guess, and then I locked it again.
I think I've heard you say before in the past, what was it, that when you got sober, you left, the destruction part of you was left behind, and then you took a next step to the the next part of life was the creative, like so I mean, if that makes any sense at all, but
it makes total sense. I think I believe in construction. I believe in enlightenment. I believe in building something, because everyone will tell you that the world was always bad. I don't agree. There was always good periods and worse periods, depending where you were, etc. And this is the thing about counterculture. And being an artist, I hate the term artist because I work with them and I don't like them. but they're always political, but whatever. And it was a period where things were, in introspect, they were good. So you want to destroy it, or you're opposed to it because you just want to be the opposite of it. But since then, I think things have become really bad. Things are becoming so restricted and so plastic and without a soul, and people are losing their spark or just lost already, that now I feel the mission that something has to be created, and I have to contribute to that creation. I cannot influence anyone. I cannot push anyone. I just can maybe do my thing, and maybe it can inspire some people around, even if it's just one, to try and build something. That's counterculture. That's for me, that's being the opposite of what's around you. That's fighting what's the common base of everything around you. That's how I see it. I don't know. Maybe
No, it's true, man. But that's the thing is, like, they all want us to march in line, and you can't do it. In 2003, Torre, Necromorbus joins. Was that the first time? So that's the first time Corpus Christi really has a full-time drummer. And then I know you play drums too, but and then you guys put out the Tormented Belief album, which you guys record at Necromorbus Studios, right? So how is the band chemistry during the time of the Tormented Belief, record, when during the writing sessions and stuff?
Well, I did record Tormented Belief first with the drum machine back in my basement, and it was supposed to be my last album for Corpus Christi. I was just over it. I was just over the scene, over everything. It was the first and last time that I thought, okay, I'm going nowhere. I'm not. I just need to stop this, and it was a weak moment, I guess. And then Falter Records wanted to release it, but they wanted to do a LP version, and somehow, I don't know how, I ended up in contact with Torre. Once again, I don't remember. I never remember how I meet people. I never do. It's curious, but I never do. And they recorded the drums for the vinyl the other way around. I did the vinyl version with the drum machine, and then when Falter wanted to release it on a CD, I did with Torre, Necromorbus on drums. And we discussed, hey, let's do a new album. And I went to Necromorbus to record an album. And it was total alcoholic, fucked up shit. I have a lot of stories from that recording session. And he helped me out with that's the thing I'm annoyed by. Is whenever I have someone joining the band, people say, now it's him composing. the band. That's complete bogus, complete bullshit. He did the bass guitar lines for The Torment Continues, and he did maybe some riffs, guitar riffs for the album. Maybe 2-3 riffs. The rest I did it. So it was an experience. The only thing I remember going there and saying, I don't want the Necromorphous sound. I want to do my own thing. So, and he totally embraced it, and we fucked up the whole sound of the album and not do the Necromorphous sound, which I'm very glad about, in fact.
And you also start working with Mia Thompson, aka Lucy Waters. And I think you also worked with her with Morte and stuff too. But how does that relationship start?
Well, because we were in contact back in the day, I guess with Genocide Commando and so on, and maybe she was the one maybe writing the emails. I don't know, and not Odd. And somehow we got the connection, and then she wanted to have a voice and expose some of her lyrics, and I found the lyrics so fucked up and so different that I feel that this fits Morte Incandescente somehow, and so we would talk back and forth in how to do things and so on, because I have sometimes I have blanks about doing lyrics. I need some external help. Sometimes it's even like Kepler that helped me out for Delusion in the bitter end. He wrote down some lyrics for me, and in the end I basically didn't use any of them, but they inspired me,
Yeah.
And I like rewriting the stuff. So sometimes I need a push like that. It's fucking hard, man. It's so many albums, releases, tracks that it's hard for me to come with lyrics.
So at first you guys are playing without a drummer too, because you guys played Under the Black Sun Fest without a drummer in Berlin, right? And then you guys played SWR Fest in Portugal.
I remember that gig so well, man.
That's a pretty notorious gig, isn't it? In general,
Yeah, it was after, I think, In Aeternum, if I don't recall, and it was raining, and there's some videos of it. It was with LSK, Marianne on bass. Yep. She was in a band for a few years. And it was madness, man. The amount of people that were in the public high on I don't know what. They were high on mushrooms or something. I don't know. It was complete madness. It was so fucking great. Everyone was going berserk. It was raining. Everyone was there. It was madness. It was fucking great. It was a great gig. I remember that so well, because we had to rehearse acoustically before going on stage. We didn't meet before to rehearse.
Oh, shit. Yeah, that was without a drummer. Then I think 2004, you guys played Belgium with Necromorphous on drums.
Yeah.
And, and Morte Incandescent, we're talking about that obviously earlier too. Now, and I know you've done live bass for IRA too, which you mentioned earlier, 2008, 2011. And then again, I think 2025, you were doing it. And again, the band has always been spontaneous, like we said. The first Morte demo, which was 4 tracks, that was released. You guys had Perversifier. We had Perversifier on here from Miramac.
Yeah.
He had great, man. I tell you what, I don't know if you've heard that interview, but man, that guy said some really cool things about you. And we had Perversifier on here, Ben. And what do you remember about recording the first demo?
I still call him Monfortas. It was his previous name. No, it was fuck. I really appreciate that guy. Just life gets in the way. But man, as we did the demo, we wanted a different bass player, and I used to talk with him almost daily, I guess on ICQ or something. I don't recall, and he did the bass, and it was cool because so many years after, Merrimack, his band Merrimack, he did a show in Paris. I guess it was last year or something, and they invited us to Morte Incandescente to be opening, and we did that. So it was special to do that after so many years. He wasn't playing bass with us, but we were sharing the stage, so it was quite cool, man. It was different periods and a really interesting period where I had the time and the will to talk with quite some people from several parts of the world and share black metal and talk about other silly stuff. So it was a good time, man. And I always since the beginning I always had a connection with Merrimack. I always supported the band. I saw the growing from the band since the beginning.
Yeah, they were actually they were in River Rag back 20-something years ago too. Yeah, so I had Diversifier on here. And you guys put out, I know that came out also an LP in 2025 on Signal Rex.
Yeah.
And you guys also put out a tape, right? It was limited, and you guys had, whose blood was that in the tape? You guys were
It was
putting in there?
mine. It was mine tape. It was my blood. I remember that doing that. Yeah, I said I want something special, so I opened myself up and I maybe a bit too much even, and I used my own blood for the tapes, just as a term of authentication, because even back in the day, or maybe way more back in the day, there was a lot of bootlegs because everything was Xerox photocopies. So there had to be a way of making it. Hey, this is the real thing.
And you guys recorded the debut full length Your Funeral at so what was SATHR Studios? Was that another one of those home studios or buddy studios? Because I know you've done a lot of stuff there.
That's more of a, how can I say, an essence to where I used to record, which means this basically means Satanists against the human race. Wherever I would record, or which was mostly in my basement, I would use that term for the studios, but I used it even in other places, because it was more of an agency of sorts that I used to identify the situation, the recording, or was doing it, and so on.
And the first Morte show would have been 23 years ago, August 2nd, 2003. I know you're not good with dates, but with Wrath, In Thy Flesh. Anything you remember about that, the first gig?
No, I think I know which one it was. Was it in Cozinha do Zinjal? I think I know which gig it was. I think there's a recording of it on YouTube, in fact. An old tape recording of it. Yeah.
I think Voltairus has it up on his, actually up the video of this.
Yeah. No, I recall that gig. It was interesting. It was a very interesting venue. It was an old kitchen converted into a venue where, in fact, even Antaios played there. So,
shit, really?
Yeah. Once I brought Antaios to Lisbon. And there was some, I tried to book a place, and I booked it, and there was some boycott. They didn't want me organizing there, so I had to find a place last minute, and they played in that place. And it was crowd. It was like 150 people in that place. You couldn't breathe. You couldn't move. It was just cool stuff, man. Just special stuff.
And then you guys also did 3 splits, one with Krieg, and then you did what with the Rival of Satan and Honoric out of Portugal. And you also were part of those releases, right? Because it came out on Godorex, came out on Hirsch Records, and you put out on Nightmare also one of the splits.
Yeah, I did. And
then you guys put out, which you guys put out, which maybe you can tell me as of a Morte listener, Coffin Desecrators, which was just a great record, man. What do you remember about like the writing of that record? If you do remember anything at all about it, and because I know you guys are a spontaneous band and stuff, and
everything. Most of Morte Incandescente until that album, I believe, everything was done in my basement. So the process was Volturi showing up, trying to get me awakened, me being in the middle of drowning in bottles, taking me to the drum kit, and composing and recording. That was it.
But that record sat for 2 years, correct? Because Voltairus left for a while of the band, right? So that one kind of sat.
Man, I cannot. I think Voltairus left the band already 2 times. because of situations that don't need to be shared here, because of course there's at least a split with Onirik. I did it everything alone. But yeah, it happened. He left. He came back. He's forgiven, and everything is fine. It's just a project that we even play, like remembering the shallow from the split with Onirik. He didn't record it, but he likes the track so much that we play it live sometimes. So all good.
Now I'm going to play a track off Coffin Desecrators. I'm going to play Neste Miu Kisho, which I'm hoping I'm kind of how was the exact way to pronounce that?
Neste meu caixão.
This is in my coffin, correct? And
yeah.
the riff to this, which I've heard you say that in old school black metal, the number one thing is the riff, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what can you tell us about this track? Because again, it's towards the back end of the album, which I think with all the Morte records, the back end is kind of always, it's got something a little different than the rest of the record. What can you tell us about this track before I play it?
Fuck, man. It's just like the title says, is just in my coffin, like stuck in the way that you feel that you are stuck in society and you're just dead already, and but you want to come out and live, but someone's just nailed it shut and you're stuck and you cannot go out. That's basically it. So that's why many of these different tracks by Morte Incandescente are a bit, how can I say, not so typical, because it has a bit of lunacy in the riffs, So when you're discussing topics like this, with Morte Incandescente, I don't know, I cannot tell you. It's people sometimes with Morte Incandescente, they told us, man, we have no fucking clue where this riff comes from, and I love that.
It's a great riff.
Yeah,
it's a great riff, and we're going to play that now. This is Morte Incandescente, and we'll be back on the Tampa Morgue with Nocturnus Horrendus after this.
Porquê? Continuo a observar o vácuo. Porquê? Tirem-me daqui. Ou simplesmente deixem-me em paz.
And that was Morte Incandescente. And with that band, you guys, obviously, you did 2010, you did another full length, you did a 2013 split and a 2014 EP, then 2016, you did another full length, and a 2017 split, 2018 demo, 2021, you put out the last album that you guys have put out.
Vale Comum.
Yeah, you guys put out Vale Comum, and that's inspired by the pandemic, that record.
Well, yes. Vale Comum means like, how do you call in cemeteries? You have like a hole where you put all the bones. We have it, at least in some countries, we do that when the bones on the families don't go there anymore, blah, blah. You just put everything in one hole. That's called a Vale Comum. I don't know the term in English. And yeah, it's just, fuck, man. It's basically saying again that it confirmed us the way that the pandemic worked. It confirmed to us that everybody is brainwashed and everybody's dead. It's just a fucking zombie. Everyone is dead, but they don't realize it. They're just moving on batteries that are maybe charged not by themselves. So yeah, it's with Morte Incandescente we can always connect a bit of societal things and the connection with death and our praise of Satan. So yeah, there's always a social element to Morte Incandescente. Maybe not the first release, the Ultimatum, but all the rest, yeah, no doubt whatsoever. We are me and Vulturius, we are very anti-sheep system thing. We are very old school punk when it comes to that.
There you go. And are you guys, what is going on right now? Are you and Voltairus planning on, you guys kind of just waiting until it happens again? Is it like, again, as I said several times, it is a spontaneous band. Is there any plans right now? Or are you just kind of taking it until it happens?
In October, we're playing in Leiria, a bit north of Lisbon. And then the day after, we're playing in Algarve. There's 2 shows. The guys in Algarve insisted so much for us to go play there that we said yes. Yeah, I'm sounding a bit like I don't want to do it, but it's just because I don't know. Morte Incandescente is very black metal with other metal bands. For me, it's a bit complicated, Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, and when I don't know if it's gonna work or not, I get a bit resilient about it. That's just it. But we're gonna do our best anyway. We always somehow find people that start liking the music or enjoying the band. I hate the term enjoying, but that's the reality of it. Because if you're not a black metal guy, you enjoy a black metal band, you're never going to be a black metal guy. You're just going to enjoy it. So that's it. But we're going to play a bit, and we would like to go back again abroad, but there's no offers, nothing happening. So that's what it is.
How about new music? Anything with
new music? Is simple. We are discussing it, and once we book 4 hours in the studio, we will be coming out with at least a demo or an album or something. Yeah, but I think it's going to happen this year. I think we're going to do it this year. Yeah. Well, I have that idea.
We mentioned obviously that the Coffin Desecrators, having that window of 2 years between it, but also the Storm Legion, the Eye of the Prophet, which came out in 2005, also 8 tracks. That was also recorded, about a year and a half prior till its release?
Yeah, it always took long to release the stuff. I don't know why. I guess maybe it wasn't the recording itself, because we were always very fast with it, and we always did always straight, not taking months to record anything, be with whatever band. Even with Corpus Christi, I record everything like in 10 days, 12. But I don't know, it just happened like that. You have to remember also that back in the day, we were dealing with labels across the world, and not always we had internet or we didn't have internet, so things were just slow happening, And that's the reality people don't understand. That's the thing I hate nowadays. Back in the day, there was a trust in the word of a person.
The handshake.
Yeah, and the handshake. So things would okay, you need this, so I send you this, and you will send me this, and that's it. And nowadays it's email back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Since when is this easier? It isn't easier. It's just a fucking pain and a waste of time. I used to spend less time writing fucking letters to people, and then getting a response, than these fucking emails and all this shit.
Or no response sometimes, it's like...
Or no response. It's like, what the fuck, man? This technology was supposed to come and make things easier. And for me, it's just dull. If tomorrow the internet ends, it will be painful for all of us. But after a week or 2 weeks, I think we will be much, much better.
Enjoy life a little bit. Yeah, no, I say this all the time. Yeah, we'll all miss it because we're programmed to need it every second. But, at the end of the day, we'll, be a whole different world. And with Storm Legion, is that completely done now? Or never say done?
Never say no. We talked a few months ago, or maybe a year ago, to do something, but it would be at a distance. Like, Einver is back living in Portugal, but it's 4 hours away. And I told him, dude, I cannot do that. We have to somehow find a way to meet up and compose, and then meet up again and record. Something like that. Or meet up middle way. I don't want to do the distance thing. It's just not me. I don't like it.
Trading files and stuff.
Yeah, trading files. I like to be spontaneous about things and never regret it.
Yeah. Makes total sense, man. And you guys, so that's with Storm Legion, and then 2005, you guys, Corpus Christi, the first record without Ingus in the band, Torment Continues record. And first of all, why did Ignis leave?
Well, he wasn't interested anymore. As simple as that, and he wasn't really contributing much anymore. So I think he just didn't have the spark anymore, and it wasn't me pushing. It wasn't nothing. It just happened. Okay, it's time I leave. So he left, and it's fine.
And you've dealt with a handful of live musicians, and you mentioned, Draconis, LSK, and I met her, we played with Secrets of the Moon years ago in Tampa, and I met her, and I remember actually when I went up to her and I was like, hey, you're from Corpus Christi, and it was kind of like and she was like surprised. I didn't even know she was on that tour. I was like, that's LSK. But she passed away in 2013. You had her, you had Perversifier. J-Goat's been doing shows with you guys since 2008 on guitars, I believe, right? With Corpus? Around that period?
I don't know. What, 10 years, 15 years already? Maybe more. Maybe more. I don't know. My main focus is to torment him. And so I don't know. Yeah, it has been many years. He's the only one that has been professional enough and able to deal with my fuckness, with my craziness.
Oh, okay. How was it working with LSK? Any memories you have of her being in the band?
Man, yeah, I remember her, and I miss her dearly. I guess many of us miss her dearly, and I'm just a big shame that she didn't show up to record the bass for the Torment Continues. She was supposed to show up to do it, and she didn't, for reasons that are not meant to be public. So yeah, she contributed. It was cool having her playing bass for us. It was also different, because which women were playing in black metal bands back in the day, but besides Dark and Nocturnus Horrendus Cult, I don't recall them many more. But that's the thing; it didn't matter, She was a sister. She was a black metal sister, and that's all that mattered.
And she was, she felt like fitting with everybody else,
Yeah, man. She was a real deal. She really liked it, and she really lived it, and maybe she lived it in the end a bit too much.
And when you obviously with all the live musicians, I know that, and I've heard you say again in past press and stuff that like finding musicians has always been a real pain in the ass for you and stuff like that. And also people don't realize, Corpus Christi's been offered. You guys have been offered like bigger tours and stuff, but just life obligations have kind of not allowed you to sometimes do those.
Oh fuck yes, those are, or it was paid ones, or it wasn't paid, but I still would need to pay the musicians, or people were working, or for example, the fucking tour I missed, like 2017, when Mayhem was doing the Mysteries tour. They invited us to open, and I had just moved to Germany, and I just got the fucking contract, the job, so I would have to quit the job.
Oh shit.
Or do the tour, and I tried everything to make it happen, everything. And I think I never really asked straight, but maybe there's some resentment about that, but it was just impossible, dude. I was changing my life. I was investing money to move to another country, and it fucking killed me to not do that tour. And, and things have changed in the last 8-9 years, that nowadays the bands don't really decide who is going with them on tour. People think it happens, but it happens very little compared to the old days. It happens almost nothing.
Bands aren't bringing bands around because they're friends anymore, dragging them on the road.
If it's a proper tour, everything is meticulously done, and you have to pay to be on a tour and so on. And we have some issues with Corpus Christi because I've heard 1-2 years ago that were like, hey, I never paid for the tour, but I want to bring back the band, and I want to do a proper tour again because we haven't done it in a few years. We want something proper. So maybe you're even willing to invest in the tour, depending on the investment. I'm talking to an agency, and they're like, man, I cannot ask money from you guys. You're Corpus Christi. Yeah, so can you make us be on the tour for free? No, because you don't bring us money. So what the fuck? So I cannot do by one way, not the other. So what the fuck we're gonna do here? Oh fuck, I don't know, dude. So we are in a strange situation right now. The only thing I can say for whoever listens to us, we want to play. The only restriction I have is that we cannot play during the summer months. As I can't. I can't during the summer month because my job is seasonal, and 80% of my work is during summer months. So if I'm not working in the summer months, I don't make any money for the year. And so, but most tours are in the winter and so on. So I don't see the issue. We are free to tour. I'm not gonna beg, but we are free to tour, and we want to do it.
Nice, man. 2007, Corpus Christi puts out the Lost Chapters EP, and then the next Corpus Christi record, The Rising, you pretty much do yourself, right? You're working full time at this period. You're driving, I think it was 400 kilometers to record the record on the weekends and stuff. So what can you tell us about that record and the drums on that? That was done by Manuel Rodriguez.
Yeah, Manthor. He was from Epping Forest. Meanwhile, he went afterwards. He went to Enthroned and Lucifer. I was working full time. I opened a company back in the day, and I was running a company, so I had to only record in the weekends. We got an offer from Candlelight, so it was still with the. It was no, in fact, no. It was before the offering of Candlelight. Let me get this straight. It was on my own with Rising. And so I was going there and recording, coming back, gladly spontaneous as I am, I was composing every minute I was there with the producer, which is Daniel Cardoso, the drummer of Anathema, and before that he used to be in Sirius, an old symphonic black metal band from Portugal. And I was going back and forth to record the album. It was horrible. Fucking hated it.
And you recorded that at Ultrasound in Portugal with Daniel, who you had known him from prior band's experience.
Yeah, because I joined Sirius right at the end of the band. I only played one gig, and the band ended because of complications with a contract they afterwards signed to Nuclear Blast. So the band disbanded.
In 2008, you guys do the Carving a Pyramid Out of Thoughts EP, which is what tracks from the Tormented Belief, the Torment Continues, and then the Rising recording sessions. Then 2008, you did an album with a band from Australia called Nox Inferne.
Nox Inferi, yeah, fuck yeah, with the guys from Nashul and the other guy from Toil. That was a fucking amazing experience. In fact, we talked about doing another one, but meanwhile, it never came back to it. So it was a very, very, very atmospheric, dungy black metal album, which in fact, I listened to it not so long ago. I really like it.
Adverse Spears came out 2008, that one. So you did that, and then 2012 you played in a band, Tree of Signs. You guys did 2012. You guys put out the Salt EP, and then the Rituals comp in 2015, and then the Initiation of Light in 2017. Did you put that band together?
I did with my ex-girlfriend. We did it together.
Was that?
Yeah, VKOS, and we did back in where we were living. We had a small studio, and we put that together. We found a drummer. I found a drummer, a local guy, and and we started playing live. It was a bit different music. It wasn't metal. It wasn't rock. It just a heavy bass, heavy drums, some keyboards, and some female vocals. It was different, dude. It was quite fun, in fact. But it never went anywhere because the metal people saw us as rock, and the rock people saw us as metal. So we just couldn't fit in anywhere. But it was quite cool project, in fact.
You guys had a couple singers too, right? The Diana, she was like, I guess Portugal has a version of American Idol that she was a finalist for.
Idol.
American, one of those TV shows like that. You guys have that too. And then you guys had Sophia Silva. Then 2011, Corpus Christi releases the band's 6th full-length, Luciferian Frequencies, out on Candlelight Records. A different album than The Rising, because I felt like this record was much more mid-tempo, right? A little bit, and just, The Rising seemed, it was just like a different record, man. What can you tell us about that time period for Luciferian Frequencies? Because that was...
Rising was a straightforward album with a lot of doom parts. And Luciferian Frequencies was a mindfuck album, completely mindfuck, with a lot of guitars entwining and bass and going everywhere. Very chaotic but elaborated guitar work. And I wanted to go deeper. I wanted to go deeper into other subjects than myself. And I wanted, above all, to close the chapter of the Torment trilogy, which was Tormented Belief, The Torment Continues, and Rising. I just wanted to end that chapter, and I was starting to embrace more the Luciferian path, and that's where I was going with that album, which in fact didn't go very well. And it was the first time in my life where I had people years after, like people that reviewed the album back in the day, and years after telling me, "Fuck, I didn't like the album, but nowadays I fucking love the album."
It's killer, I think.
Yeah, it's a bizarre album that needs some listenings. It's a grower, no doubt whatsoever. I'm really proud of it. That album was very peculiar to me. I recorded in Belgium with Jeremy, a guy that was also a bass player for Intrond, it's a very peculiar polemic album that I'm very proud of.
I know you don't care about reviews and stuff, but I think there was German Rock Hard magazine said it was one of the best Portuguese records to come out in the last 30 years.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing, because we had really few good reviews, but the few reviews that were good were like massive good, and most of the reviews were bad. But then again, I don't really read that many reviews. I just go what people talk about that I know, and it was a really hard to swallow pill, that album, because after Rising, but that's the thing. Rising was such a success. It was the album that I sold the most. I did so many licensing for it, US license, Asian license. I did so many things and re-releases of Rising. We sold like, I don't know, overall around 10,000 copies. That I was like, no, I want to get away from this, and I'm going to do something totally different. And commercially, it backfired, but it backfired basically for one reason only. I don't think the album itself would have sold less, no doubt whatsoever. But Candlelight didn't have a newsletter, mail order distribution, and that was the death of the band. From that day on, in Candlelight, everything changed for me. It was really hard from that day on, and it was a fucking huge mistake to sign with Candlelight. And the only reason, and just for people, who told you to sign to Candlelight? Well, I sold it because it was so much trouble, but so much trouble. I spent so much time with Rising album, with a full-time job that I was the owner of, and I didn't sleep for, it was horrible for, I don't know, 2 years or 3 years, that I spent so much time on it. I said, I just want someone to take care of it and me not take care of it. That was it. And it backfired big time.
I'm going to play a track off of that now. I'm going to play the Infidels Cross. From anything you can tell us about this track?
Fucking amazing.
There you go. There you go. And this is Corpus Christi with the Infidels Cross from the Luciferian Frequencies record that came out in 2011. And I'll be back on the Tampa Morgue after this.
Gaming the lost
And that was Corpus Christi with the Infidels Cross from the Luciferian Frequencies record. And between the Luciferian record and the Pale Moon, it was a shitty time for the band, right? We're talking about labels and stuff. You guys do the switch from Candlelight to Falters. But this is when J-Goat becomes an official member of the band. And I think this changes a little bit of things for Corpus Christi, right? Like what kind of addition was he to the band? 'Cause I know I think he was playing guitar since around 2008 with you guys live and stuff.
Yeah.
But how was the addition of J-Goat? And also, how was that period of time between the Luciferian and the Pale Moon?
Dude, it was really stressful because, like I told you, I was working a lot, and Luciferian didn't go very well. Not that it matters to me, because if it was in any regular smaller label, I would be fine. But I feel like Candlelight really messed us up. I lost a lot of opportunities due to Candlelight. We couldn't get merchandise. We couldn't get anything. I remember when for example, we were on tour with the Inquisition. I asked them, "Hey, you're gonna be in London? Please send us some CDs. I'm missing CDs." Nobody showed up, and it wasn't a good period. So I was pissed off, and went back to Falter, and Falter. Jorg is a good guy, man. He is a good guy, and is a dedicated guy to the scene for a long time, and I have a lot of respect for him. And so I was pissed off, man. I was pissed off. And it was the first time we went to a proper studio. A proper studio in Portugal. Well, not really, because Ultrasound was also a proper studio. How can I put this? It was the first time with Corpus Christi inside Portugal where I could record and stay at the same place for a period of time. It was the first time. I think I booked 10 or 12 days for Pale Moon. We had the music ready. I did pre-production with Jay, and I was just pissed off. And I wanted to do a grim album. I wanted to do a straightforward album.
Yeah, again, much more straightforward than the previous one, just like the Rising.
Yeah, I didn't want any mindfuck. I just wanted to take out the aggression and put my how do you say, intellectualism on the side, and the cryptic lyrics on the side, and just go forward and do an old school black metal album. And it worked. We sold well, man. It went really well, the album. I was surprised. I knew everything I wanted to do. I already had the term Pale Moon for many years. In fact, I wanted to do a side project called Pale Moon, but it was one of those things that I was like, man, I already have enough side projects. Yeah. But I kept the name, and it worked so well. And the recording was really great to just be in the studio with a small room there to work in a small village, with a bit of nature, and just be focused on the stuff. And it was really special, and it worked out, and I was really pleased with it. So good stuff.
And J-Goat was for you. That was a big addition to the band, right?
Of course, man, because it was also due to my lack of time to be able to play guitar and practice, and the frustration of having all these riffs in my head and trying to play them and not really being able to play unless I would spend hours warming up and practicing. And I was like, fuck, man, I will never be able to play this properly, to record it properly. And J-Goat, since he's such a talented guitar player, excellent musician, excellent ear, he listens to things very good. He's just a spectacular musician that I respect so much, music-wise. When it comes to deciding things, maybe not so much with other bands and so on, but that's me. I need to piss him off a bit. I love the guy, so it's out of respect and love. But yeah, it was crucial, man. It was crucial to put my vision into riffs, because many of the things I play, I'm able to play. I do it, be the guitar or doing the bass when we are composing. But some other stuff, I just couldn't play the riff, you know. I had it verbally, I say it verbally, but I just couldn't play anymore. After all these years and so on, playing less and less and less guitar and playing more drums than guitar. Because nowadays I'm a decent drummer, but I'm a lousy guitar player, and I used to be quite decent guitar player. So yeah, no, I appreciate a lot the contribution he has done, and maybe not for Pearl Moon, but starting in Delusion, the next album you're going to talk, he started helping out with the composition, and I appreciate that.
You guys did what? So off that, you did a 2015 9-date tour, Necrotic Moon Over tour with The Stone. And you guys also did a tour with Dark Moon Warrior, and you guys did a split with them also in 2020.
Yeah, I did a split with. It was one of the tracks, extra tracks from Delusion that it should have been in the album, but we didn't have enough length to be a double album. And I have some issue with the double albums because they're too expensive. I don't want people to spend a fortune on a fucking vinyl, and then because it's too expensive, so they're not going to listen to it, to not scratch it. And
shipping's jacked up.
Shipping is jacked up. I don't want, things are already expensive enough, and I didn't want to have like this 3 sides LP or just 2 tracks on each side. It's just stupid, man.
Yeah.
So I just we always focus when we record. We always focus on LP to not be overwhelming and not be too expensive and not destroy the wallets of people, you know. So it was a track that was on the side, and Dark Moon Warrior is from good friends of mine, brothers. Akrig is a brother of mine, which I is dear to my heart. Is a real brother, which I wish he would be. I would see him more times, just like some others. But yeah, so we did a split with them, and I'm very glad we did that. It's a shame not many people listen to it, but in fact, many people didn't listen to it. They said, should have been in the album. It's the best track. Yeah, I left the best track for something else. Yeah.
Got a copy right here. Speaking of drums and stuff, in 2016, before we get to the Delusion record, Son of Cain, you and Hugo, how did, Sadistic Warfare, Dawn Rider and stuff, how does that come to light? Because I remember when you started doing this band actually too, and I was kind of surprised. It was totally different than obviously some of your other projects.
Yeah, Connie is the guy I met when because I played in a punk band, a very old punk band in Portugal called Sub Chaos. It was when they came back, they hired me. They wanted me to play bass. I said, "Are you sure about that? I'm not a punk guy. I never played punk. I don't listen to punk." But yeah, it was a fun time, and we became good brothers. And he is such a guy that wants to compose all the time and play all the time. Like, for example, he has another band now, The Limit, with Liebling from Pentagram. So yeah, and let's do some rock stuff, and we just started playing rock stuff, and I started singing. Because you're always saying, man, I never listen. You sing so well. Oh, I love your vocals, but you never sing clean. We have to do a band where you sing clean, where you do clean vocals. So we did that, and it was fun. And maybe we do something else. He's tired for the last 3 years, maybe constantly telling me, let's record more, let's record. And I said, hey, man, your life is straight. Everything is fixed and paid for, and you're relaxed, but I'm not. I have to rebuild my whole life, and I'm 46 years old. I don't have much more time to rebuild my life, so let me focus on my life for a bit, please.
You guys put out the 2016 Low Life 69 EP, 2018 Closer to the Edge full length, and then we mentioned 2017 the Delusion record, which I fucking love the record. And this album is a reflection, if I'm correct, on the black metal scene and how it's viewed outside of the black metal scene. We were talking earlier too, which I think this is the 90s and the early 2000s. It was magic. It was like a magical time period in a lot of ways, right? For a lot of this kind of music, for some, there was that grit there. You really felt like, it was a real thing. And I've heard you say this before, so I'll let you build on it, but it's more of a theatrical thing now, right? Especially you working as what you do now on the side. You probably see this show all the time, or this, you know, and it has to knowing you and how you feel about certain things. It's got to kind of drive you crazy. But what's your thoughts on that, and how does this relate to kind of like what the Delusion record is kind of focused on?
And Delusion was mostly focused on the death of old proper black metal, and the way I saw things, the scene. There was always bad periods. I mean, for example, the Cradle of Filth period was horrible. It was just people that were just also theater. There was nothing there, no essence, no nothing. But I don't know. It's just, I think the internet destroyed everything, man. And I see all this. The first thing that I started getting really on my nerves was all this Black Legion stuff on Instagram, on the internet, and spreading like wildfire. And I was like, this was meant to be just between some of us. I was already in the second part of the group that knew of the bands, and but it was everywhere. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? I cannot cope with this. And seeing people coming in the scene and like 3 years being all true and arrogant and harsh and blah blah, and 3 years after being in something else, doing, I don't know, neo folk or being in techno parties and just totally quitting it. It's just I was like, what the fuck is going on? And this is being held by a thread by us dinosaurs, you know.
Yeah.
But in a way, you have to be pissed off, but at the same time, you have to have some pride on it. And I don't contribute as much as I did, I know, but I wanted to do an album to put it out there and to make people think about it. Maybe not straightforward with the lyrics. Even, for example, most people don't know, but one of the tracks is a tribute to Nefas from Urgel, which was a mate of mine. Also a guy that is missed in the scene. And I just wanted to put it out there that we have to do something about it, or at least just don't deal with it. Just ignore it, and it will fade away. And it's what's happening. It ends up fading away, but you have to be harsh about it. You have to put step your, I don't know, it says punch the table and say, fuck, you don't belong here, dude. You don't belong here. You come from a scene that has nothing to do with this, and you know nothing about this. Oh, but man, you guys have to be inclusive, and you guys have to blah blah blah. And fuck you. Fuck you, get the fuck out of this scene. I have no respect for you. Just get the fuck out of it. I don't care if the scene will die. In fact, I hope it dies. I hope it totally dies and we go back to the underground and go back to DIY, right? And go to just do like garage venues and shit like that, because I'm fed up of this.
You know, it's funny you say that because, you know, I interviewed Maynok in the magazine years ago, and no one knew who that, like, no one cared. Now I see mutilation shirts everywhere.
Yeah.
You know, and all these things. I'm like, I remember when I was like, oh, this is this band. And everyone's like, man, what the fuck is this? You know, I was like, oh no, because I had the rights demo and stuff. I was like, oh yeah, but it has changed. It's completely.
Yeah. When I, for example, when I listened to Vampires of Black Imperial Blood the first time, I was like, wow, fuck, this is what I needed. And it's one of my, I don't have top 10 albums, but if I would have, it would be one of my top 10 albums, you know. And it's just everything is just so plain and I'll just say, you have a word in English for that. It's so
sterilized.
Yeah,
it's sterilized.
And there's no fuck. There's nothing anymore.
No,
some people will disagree with me. No, we're fighting for it. Blah, blah, we're giving. Yeah, man. Yeah, but you know it isn't what it used to be. So let's just destroy it and build it back again.
It just feels different, right? I mean, but you know, and the art on the Delusion record was done by a 17th century Portuguese artist, Francisco de
Holanda. Yeah, that's an artist that most people didn't know. He's like a Leonardo da Vinci of Portugal. not so known, with a lot of occult knowledge and interest in the arts, and his stuff is so peculiar and loved by the old Italian masters. But in Portugal and so on, the rest of the world, they don't really know about him. So yeah, when I saw that painting, I was like, okay, I need to use it.
Just connected.
Okay, this has to be it. Okay, I need to use this. Period.
Yeah. And this is when Corpus Christi also makes its first movie appearance too, right? Because you guys are also in the film Techno Boss.
Yeah.
With some of the music too on. So yeah, I mean, which is actually, it's a darker film. But man, how'd you was that like at first were you like, I don't know, and then you kind of?
Oh man, totally. I was like, totally. I don't know about this. But then they told me about what the movie was about. But it would be filmed in a very like nice way, like romantic kind of way or whatever. So it was a contradiction. And we weren't hired as Corpus Christi. We were hired as, okay, do you know more metal guys? Yeah. So here we are. Because even the soundtrack, I don't want to lie, but I'm pretty damn sure it was after us being filming for the movie. It was after that the musician in the band, the guy that did the soundtrack, they were like, "You guys have a band, right?" "Yeah, I do." "Let me check it." And they said, "I need to use this for the album, for the video, for the movie. I need to do it." And it was like, okay, fuck it, let's do it. It was just, I knew it would be a movie watched by a few thousand people. It would go.
It's a Portuguese film, but it was in theaters though.
Yeah, it was in theaters, but it was brief period, and it was like, it was a cool experience. And also, I knew one of the other person that was being played as a metal person was a vocalist from a band I really respect, a knife from a band I really like, Antonia. And like, fuck yeah, let's do this. It's different. It's kind of stupid, but at the same time, it's so off. It's really off, and it's not mainstream, and it's twisted as fuck, the movie, that when we went to the premiere and watched the movie, I was like, oh fuck, I hope I like the movie, man. I really hope. Fuck, I really hope I like the movie. I was with Jay, fuck, man, if the movie is shit, fuck, what did we do? And I was like, fuck, I like the movie, man. It's so peculiar. Yeah. It's so peculiar. Fucking hell, yeah. Nobody's gonna watch it, so fuck it. And nobody did. So
yeah, and you guys, and on that record too, that was Andre Silvia again playing drums on that one.
Yeah, Andre Silvia has played for the last two albums.
You guys also had guest vocals from Andreas Hoffman, and then Voltris. You guys played Barcelona in 2018, Berlin in 2018, in an IRA. You played in 2019 in Moscow. In 2020, you start playing in a black metal band called Maldito. And you guys did a 4-song demo. What can you tell me about that?
Fuck, we are really going through everything, almost. Almost. No, it was my bass player. In my session bass player, he has an old band called Grievance that people should check it out. Also, Grievance is in an old band, and he has a home with a studio also in the middle of nowhere, tiny studio. And they said, let's just meet and record something. He really like different kind of stuff, black metal wise. Let's do it. Okay, we should. And I said, we have to record it live. And he said, live? Live? Yeah, we're gonna record it live. Okay, so we need another guy to record the bass, or the guitar. So we invited Saboth from Flagellum Day, also the other band, a very old band, and we were there 2 afternoons, 2 days. And we composed and recorded. And once again, I always told the Koraxid, my bass player, that, yeah, I'm spontaneous. I like to, in a minute, if something comes out, good. If not, we do it another day. So as we started playing riffs, and he was like, but you did that now? Yeah. Let's do the track. So we would we mic'd everything. I would do the riffs, Sabot get the guitars, the drums, rehearse the track one time, and record it after. Like it would be like a 3-hour process or something, or 4-hour process. So yeah, it was fun. We intend to do something again. No doubt. Yeah. I want to do another type.
And the first tape, 4 songs came out on War Art Productions. And then obviously, wrapping up this, we the Corpus Christi, you guys do the Bitter End of Old record, 2022. So going into that record, you guys are back in Generator Studios again in April of 2001 to record that. What can you tell us? Was that also written during the COVID period?
I think that was a long period. We composed the album, so there were several breaks. It lasted a bit of time, I think. So I don't know which period it was, but I think during COVID, we did that during COVID also. It had to if it was released 4 years ago. So yeah, I guess so, or before COVID, something like that. Oh man, what, Tony? Why do you put me in this situation? I don't know.
What's funny is I knew you hate dates, and I was like the whole day, I'm like, oh, he's gonna hate this shit.
I
this is gonna be like a nightmare to this guy.
I was for 2 years saying I was 44 and I'm 46. So
now everybody knows. Imagine how I feel, dude. I mean, I'm a little older, a couple of years.
You won't fuck. But no, it was during that period, long period of time, and it was in a way, lyric-wise and thought-wise, continuation of Delusion. The Bitter End of Old is like also finishing, is not so much, hey, the scene is dying, don't be delusional about it. And the Bitter End of Old is, the scene is basically dead, let's kill it. And here is a compilation of how great black metal has been, and the varieties within black metal, and there's a compilation of this. Take it and listen to it. It's more or less that. That's why the album has a bit of, also even a bit of thrash influence in some parts and so on, but then others really fucked up parts, and then you can have some people said you can have like a Beheaded moment, and then a Graveland moment, and then a Darkthrone moment, and it's just, for me, it's more or less a compilation of how amazing and brutal, like in a good, how good black metal has been for us throughout all these years, and I'm just a bit disappointed the album didn't reach more people, because I've had even it has been 4 years, and I've had people telling me, fuck, this album is amazing, man. I cannot believe I didn't get a hold of the album. I didn't know about the album, because this album is on my playlist all the time. I'm always listening to this. So it's a bit of a shame it didn't reach more people. Especially
came out on Immortal Frost Productions, correct?
Yeah, it came out on Immortal Frost. But it's not a question of label. It's just a question of, we don't do Instagram. We don't really care. We don't really put ourselves in the internet. We don't put the work on Spotify. We just don't do it. And we have labels asking us to do it. Come on, do it, blah, blah. And they go like, nah, I'm not doing it. Nah. If people want it, it will reach them eventually, That's why the album it didn't sell, then it started selling, then didn't stop, and then it started selling again, and maybe we'll sell more. In fact, I was telling the label, hey, it's sold out, vinyl. It sold out a while back. Can you please print back again? So I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, we're going to play a track off that when in a couple minutes here when we say goodbye. We're going to play Heinous off of that. But you guys played Steelfest. I mean, you guys played, that was your first Steelfest too. You guys played in Finland in 2022, man. And I've always, this year will be my first Steelfest I attend.
Wow. Awesome.
Yeah, how was the experience for you? I've seen the footage of you guys playing there, actually. I watched it right when you guys did it. How was the experience for you? And of course, man, would you like to return to Steelfest?
I would fucking love going back to Steelfest. I guess I need to discuss with Yanni something. I would love to go there. In fact, maybe even do a pack of Corpus Christii and Morte Incandescente, because I think Morte Incandescente is also a band that would work very, very well in Finland. And we had a great experience. It's really good. The only problems that it was the first gig ever for Koraxid, our bass player, with us, and he broke a bass string, and we didn't have any spare bass strings, so it kind of ruined our set. It ruined our set, so it was a bit fucked up. But if this kind of shit happens, so we'd like to go back and redo the gig, you know. Let's do it again and do it proper, because it never happened, man. Maybe, I don't know, in so many years, never broke a bass string. Guitar strings was maybe one or twice. So in this fucking festival, the first time ever we play in Finland, this happens. So it was quite bad. And for Koraxid, he almost wanted to commit suicide. But I said, hey, shit, man, it happens. We come back again, and that's it. But yeah, Steelfest for me, I don't give a fuck what people say about it. You find everyone there from all the fucking world, and it just works, and it has amazing bands, and it's just spectacular. And it was I will even say, it was the best experience ever in the hotel, because all the bands were in the same hotel, so everyone was hanging out and talking and discussing things and being until in the morning in the hall talking black metal and so on. It was fucking amazing. This was one of the best experiences I had in a festival for a long time, and people were cool. And yeah, man, it's a fucking awesome festival. It's a really cool festival. It's really worth going there. And I hope it can grow, but not overgrow.
Yeah.
You know?
No, exactly what you're saying. You guys also did Latin America too. I think it was your first time. You guys 9 dates, Mexico, Colombia. That must have been insane too, man.
Yeah, that was an experience, Tony. That was an experience to remember for times, because we played we played in the obvious places, but then we also played in suspicious places where we saw a lot of crazy stuff happening. And we saw the real Mexico and Colombia, which was interesting. I liked it. I would like to go back again. In fact, it was interesting. It was especially Mexico City and Bogota. It was like being back 20 years in a concert, you know.
Nice.
And that's cool. And it's not it's because they're really into it. It's not because they have a lack of concerts, because many bands go there nowadays. So
I've
they
heard
are
of some of the craziest fans.
Yeah, they're really into it, and I appreciate a lot. And I was finally able to meet also some friends that I never met when I was there. So it was very, very interesting experience.
You guys also played with Mortuary, Drape, and Pestilence that year. 2023, you also did the Euro dates. You did like 9 of those. In 2024, you're doing dates and shows too, man. So, the next question is going to be, obviously, what's next for Corpus Christi? Because I think I heard that something about an EP, but I'll let you tell us now, man. Like, what is in the works?
We have 4 or 5 tracks basically finished. 1 track we have to redo. I'm not happy anymore about it. That's the problem with having things for a long time, because I was doing a tribute track to a band, and it's just too similar. It's just too much. It could be a track from the band, so I cannot use it. I love tributes. Copying, robbing is something I do not appreciate, but doing a fucking tribute is something I cherish so much. Like, when a person listens to a band and you hear a certain part of the album and say, fuck, these guys are doing a tribute to Battery. Whatever. I fucking love that. Because it's obvious, so you're not hiding anything. And so we have 4 or 5 tracks that we're gonna do and release on vinyl. Let us just the summer end, and we're gonna book a studio to record, and it's violent but mental also. It's violent and fast and fucked up, and it's Corpus Christi, man. One of the things that I after all these hours talking, one of the things I'm mostly happy about is that
the interview's almost over.
Yeah, no, fuck it. It's fine. I need to piss, but besides that,
Same here. Don't worry.
Yeah, but the thing is that when I'm happy is that Corpus Christi, I always did tribute and to all kinds of black metal, and but there's always a line, my signature there, and what I appreciate is that many people will listen to it and say, "This is Corpus Christi," and that's what I truly fucking appreciate.
And that'll lead me to my last question for you, man. Is at the end of the day, when you do, whether it be 99, 110, how do you want to be remembered when you enter the casket? To your friends and family, to the people that matter, not to the,
A devoted guy to the scene, a motorbike lover, a guy that fucked up big time, but it made it through, and did everything to try and recover and to make it good, and hopefully one day to maybe be a good father, be a family man, be a respected patriot, and above all, a guy that really gave everything for black metal, which I did, and I still do.
Well, man, first of all, like I said in the beginning of the interview, man, I've known you for many years. You've been an influence on me musically. I've listened to your music through many changes. It's an honor to have you on here, man. I off the show and off the record, I appreciate you anyway, man. And I hope that we keep in touch until one of us, are pushing up daisies or whatever they say. But
we are few and good, and I think
respect, man.
Yeah, I think we have a mission and responsibility of carrying the weight of a really important music scene with a very deep ideology and flame that has been given to us, and we are the how can I say, the carriers of that flame, and we should take responsibility for that and enjoy it and that's important, dude. And I appreciate people like you. We have known for many years, and it's just cool to see people still here and still loving this and embracing it and doing their part, even if for nothing monetarily. I mean, when it comes to the rest, that it gives us a lot, and I hope it continues that way. I'm not saying in a defeated kind of way, but it just matters. This shit matters, man. It matters. It matters.
You don't grow out of it, right? This is our lives. Like, this is what
What keeps us going somehow. I mean, sometimes I can be 1 week without listening to music. When I'm not working, I'm a geek for documentaries and shit like that, and learning stuff all the time. I'm quite dyslexic, so I have issues with books. So I have to see. And one of the things with the interviews, I stopped doing interviews, or refusing most, that I need to have the interaction with the interview, with the person asking the stuff. Because just seeing a question and replying it is so automatic, and you start doing copy paste of your own sentences.
Replies.
And it's just boring, man. It's just boring. So one good thing I'll give you that is that if this would be 20 years ago on the phone, it would have been a fortune.
Exactly.
And nowadays you can do it basically for free, and that's one of the good things. And I appreciate that, and I appreciate you, Tony, and everyone that still gives a fuck for my music and what I do. And I hope to see more and more of the people on the road, because I have no intentions of quitting. I have full intention of being old, 60 or 65, and still being able to do a black metal show. And people say, oh, fuck, that guy is old. What the fuck is he doing on stage? Just quit. And you go like, fuck you, motherfucker. I was here before you. And if not for us, you wouldn't be here. So fuck you.
That's right, man. That's right, dude. That is 100% right. And yeah, man. And so we're gonna play some Corpus Christi on the way out of here too, man. And you're always welcome on here. I mean, I'll talk to you off the show and stuff. We're gonna play Heinous off the Bitter End of Old record. What can you tell us about this track?
Can I be just stupid and say again, it's fucking amazing?
There you go. You can. After 3 hours, you can say whatever you want, man. And yeah, dude. Anybody? Obviously, there's no Instagram page and stuff. But where would you? Anybody who's interested, where would you send them? Anywhere?
We have an Instagram page, Corpus Christi Instagram page. We just never post anything there. It's rare. But if someone sends something there, we'll eventually reply. I mean, Jay is a bit more active on that than me. I'm just the one that doesn't really check it out. But yeah, people can check our Instagram page or Facebook page, but don't expect weekly updates and shit like that, or is this not the band? Is this not us? As simple as that.
Well, Nocturnus, anything you want to say on the way out of here, man, or have we said it all?
No, I'm all fine here, and I was going to go for the piss.
Yes, exactly.
And I just want to send salute and respect to everyone that has contributed to this scene and will continue to do so. I salute you all.
That's right, man. And again, thank you, Nocturnus. I'll say goodbye to you here in a second. Everybody else, this is Corpus Christi with Heinous off the Bitter End of Old record that came out May 13th, 2022. And we'll be back on the Tampa Morgue after this. That was Corpus Christi with the track Heinous and Ed Webb, episode 150 in the books.
Yeah, 149 more than I thought we were ever going to do. So there's that.
I know, 200 is creeping too.
Well, I mean, we were doing it while I was touring, it became, dude, it was.
Which was hard, actually. We didn't realize with the venue's Wi-Fi was a real pain in the ass.
Well, we did the one that got me was when we were in France. And
That's right.
that was like so difficult with everything that we had going on. And it was like, but we got it done. And people don't realize in my house, I have everything set up and on the road doesn't work the same. So, but we did it. We kept it
Plus
going.
You have sound checks and there's a bunch of shit going on, People are walking in and out, you're mercy to the backstages where you're set up at.
Well, being the headlining band, it was a little easier because I could ask for a place to go where there was quiet. The festival, I was not the headlining band, but I asked if there was somewhere I could go quiet, and they were like, absolutely. And they took me to, to the little room that they were using before. But there was a couple times I got taken up to a whole another wing of a building just so I could do what I had to
holes
do.
Everywhere.
Yeah, man. I was great. I was talking to you and fucking, jerking fucking had three hands going. But yeah, I mean, it's people don't realize, they think it's just turning on a microphone and it's done. And there's a lot of moving parts to this that nobody will ever understand.
Yeah, it was a lot easier when we didn't know what the fuck we were doing.
Yeah, hold the phone up with fucking quack and
music.
Shit. Yeah.
I mean, it's funny because when I talk to some people and I hear what episodes they're playing, and I look back and I'm like, oh man, that was when we sounded like we were in tin cans. Was like, but hey, that's part of the development. I mean, it took us this long to kind of figure things out the way we do, and that's why I believe even if you listen to old stuff we did, the old shows, I mean, we haven't been guest free since like episode 69. And still to then back then it was almost a guest every episode except for maybe like 3 or 4 out of the 150 where we probably didn't have one.
Right.
But
But yeah, I mean, but we used to consistently do shows where we planned just me and you to talk about whatever was going on. And we have not even been able to do that because we've been consistent. And I pulled a guest that's going to be coming on from Brutal Assault. And so yeah, it's definitely going to be the train's rolling. By the time we get to 200, I'll tell you this, 200 will be like, we'll have to be the tip of the spear. You know what I'm saying? I mean, like 100 was Terry Butler. I planned that. We kind of planned that.
So you had episode 1 was Pat from Hell Witch, and then episode 50 was Gene from obviously, Angel Corpse, Perdition Temple, etc., Hexorcist. And then episode 100 was Terry Butler, and now episode 150 is Nocturnus Horrendus. So who knows what episode 200 will be. I am pretty happy what we've done here so far and keep on doing, and it'll only get better. But on that note, I am ready to get the hell out of here.
What did Biff say? Make like a tree and get the hell out of here.
Yes, this is going on 4 hours tonight. And anybody who's still listening, we appreciate you.
That's not the longest one, that's for sure. But definitely, and take the good with the good with the better, because the last bunch of ones have been 2 hours or under.
Yeah, just never know. It's never planned.
We don't plan the time. It's not like we go, okay, we're going to pull a 3-hour one out of our ass. If the conversation flows, you don't rush a good interview.
And when people, it's always a little bit like I knew with Nocturnus, there's going to be a lot of just conversation back and forth, just like when we had Terry Butler on.
Or Lee Harrison.
Well, Lee was 8 hours. We had to break it into 2.
Yeah, but but again, that's because A, the history, and B, he has a lot of stories. And when you have a lot of stories to tell, and they're good stories, it makes it easier. I mean,
we didn't even have to prepare for that episode. We just turned on the mic and Lee was ready to go. So it was perfect.
Yeah. I mean, who knew, like I look back on when we did the one about me, and there was shit that was never talked about. So just because we never thought about it, you know what I mean? We went through the history, but now we really go through the history. You know what I mean? Now it changed from the early days.
Yeah, if you listen to old episodes, it's developed a lot now.
I mean, we still went through history, but now it's like we completely do things a different way. Like, again, we'll have some other guests coming on that might be controversial at some point.
They fit the history.
That's here's the deal. If I find somebody, or you find somebody, or we together collaborate on somebody, and they're part of music, but they're hated by certain people, or they're whatever it is, I'm not going to not have them on because it pisses somebody off. We're a fucking podcast for music.
We're not looking for a popularity contest.
No, I mean, if they're an icon or a legend or whatever it is, we're gonna have them on if they want to come on, and it'll be just like every other interview. And we
always show respect. That's the thing, is we always treat everybody. I will say this too: we always treat everybody the same, no matter what level of band you're on, or we always try to give you the same respect that we give everybody else. And
we also don't if we know that there's hostility from somewhere, some here, there, or whatever, and we know about it, we're not the ones that egg on.
We don't poke
to
the
talk
bear,
shit.
Right?
Yeah, we don't fucking egg it on so that we get some kind of a like what happened with Mantis, where it hit Blabbermouth.
Yeah,
we had no control of that. He was talking about fucking
history,
two people. He was talking about two people, and instead of listening to the whole interview as a whole, they took one excerpt and ran with it for a fucking clickbait ad. And I like Blabbermouth. This has nothing to do with Blabbermouth. I love Blabbermouth, but I get it, because if you want clicks and you want people to be engaged, and what he said was true. So I that's the thing, is if it were slinging mud and it was like not warranted, I'd be like, dude, why did you do that? But if it's legit, then it is what it is. Yeah. If they talk about it on the show, we're going to do it. If it's something that I thought was terrible, I'll cut it out. You know what I mean?
We don't say anything usually. We're just here to give them the canvas. We're here to give the artist the canvas, and they paint it however they want. And
but you will hear things on this show that you won't hear other places. I can promise.
Yeah. I believe that too. Yeah.
So
it's definitely true, and we again, as always, what we always say, we appreciate everybody who checks us out, and especially if you stick around to the end of the shows. We definitely appreciate that. And Ed, where can they find us?
Yep, you can find us on Spotify, Apple, Amazon, anywhere there's podcasts. thetampamorgue at gmail.com for correspondence. Definitely check the Instagram, because that thing pops off in the middle of the night when Tony should be sleeping. And fuck Facebook. Never going to stop saying that.
You might find Ed and the guys in the airport. You never know. Wandering around still.
Yeah. But, with a cup. Yeah. Look for a cup for donations to get home. Yeah.
Exactly. But Ed, next week we have, which I'm looking forward to, we have Mem coming on from Exhumer. So definitely should be a cool history lesson there. And you have a good rest of the week, man, and enjoy your time back with the family.
I will do that. You do the same, brother.
Indeed. Everybody else, will catch you next week. Peace.
See ya.
This is King Fally from Deceased, and you just listened to another episode of the Tampa Morgue. Tune in next week and stay fucking dead.